Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is now called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We're live on KCLV Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Thursday, October 2nd at 6 p.m. and Friday, October 3rd at 4 p.m. Now, would everyone please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chair Flangus.
Here.
Vice Chair Moody.
Here.
Commissioner Goins.
Present.
Commissioner Truesdale.
Present.
Commissioner Quinn. Here. Commissioner Schlattman.
Present.
Commissioner Bonar.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process, if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available to help. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We would appreciate you adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. Thank you very much on that. Going now to item number 4, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made under this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Good evening, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Vicki Higgins. I'm a medical cannabis advocate, and I'd like to stand here in support of each of the applicants who are applying here this evening. It's been a long, hard road, much due diligence, and if they've made the effort, I think they deserve the chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other members wish to be heard under this portion? Okay. Sir, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Michael Infuso, 1701 Pincliff Court, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'll be offering opposition to special use permit 55284.
Okay, sir. Well, what we'll do is when that specific item is called forward, you can come up and speak on it then.
Okay, and there are several other ones too in my proposal.
Thank you. We call them one by one, and that way you'll be afforded the opportunity. Okay, for today's meeting, because we have a lot of folks here, we're going to have a few ground rules established here so that everybody can be heard in an orderly fashion. And I'm going to ask that everybody please adhere to these rules we're getting ready to set forth. The staff presentation will be 1 minute in duration. We're going to allow the applicants 3 minutes to present their position. And we ask that every member of the public that speaks on each one of these items, if you do speak, to limit your time to 1 minute. We will also allow the applicant a final minute of rebuttal before we go to the commissioners for deliberation. We're going to limit the commission to 8 minutes each as well. And Madam Clerk, would you please set the clock as we've just stated today? Now I'm going to ask this as well. We're asking that you limit your presentation, your comments, specific to land use issues only, because this body is just here to make recommendations to the City Council on those specific matters. We're not here to address the suitability of the operators and any licensing compliance issues. Again, we're here strictly for land use. And thank you. If you adhere to that, we'll move on to item number 5. Which is our housekeeping items. Are there any items that the commissioner, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action? Commissioner Goins?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to pull item 20 forward for action.
Okay, we can do that. Yeah, why don't you state a reason, Commissioner Goins?
Commissioner, I met with the applicant this morning, and the applicant has an international flight out this evening, so I would indulge to not have him miss the flight, so I'd like to pull the item forward and accommodate his request.
Thank you, Commissioner Goins. We'll move him to the first item under the public hearing items. Are there any other matters?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Truesdale?
One of the representatives of item 19 was here earlier and left petitions of support for that item from the neighbors, and I just want to give it to the clerk at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Truesdale. Go ahead, Commissioner Moody.
Mr. Chairman, I guess this is an appropriate time. I just want to make a general comment about the items I will and will not be voting on. Unless I otherwise specify, I will be voting on items that appear on this agenda this afternoon and tonight. In those cases I vote on, I believe that my independence of judgment is not compromised and the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to me or anyone else I'm affiliated with is not greater than that accruing to any general business, profession, occupation, or group that is affected by this matter.
Thank you, Commissioner Moody, and I'm sure we're going to have other commissioners
Mr.
speaking
Chairman.
on this. Commissioner Truesdale?
Yes, I want to, as we've done at every meeting through this whole process, I do have an interest in properties we either manage or have an ownership interest in that may or may not be impacted by one or more applications. So I will, wherever appropriate, abstain and give a detailed reason for that abstention. Otherwise, I will vote on the items as presented to us this evening because I feel that my judgment is not impacted and I would not make a decision that would impact somebody any greater or less than anyone else.
And Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Slotman?
In the same regards, considering that I'm a general contractor and I have ongoing business relationships, I might abstain on a few of the items tonight, but unless otherwise specify, I'll be voting on other items that appear on this agenda. With regards to those items I vote on, I believe that my independence of judgment is not compromised and that the resultant benefit or detriment accruing to me or anyone affiliated with, if any, is not greater than that accruing to any other general business, profession, or occupation or group that is affected by this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners? I also have to make my disclosures. I do have clients that are seeking the dispensary licenses and everything and have some things forward. I also have folks that I have been involved against in litigation. On these matters on an individual basis, I will be abstaining on those matters, and I will state for the record in detail my reason for abstaining on them. Now, unless I otherwise specify, I will be voting on other items that appear on this agenda. With regard to those items I vote on, I believe, one, that my independence of judgment is not compromised, and two, that the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to me or anyone I'm affiliated with, if any, is not greater than that accruing to any other general business, profession, occupation, or group that is affected by this matter. Any other commissioners wish to speak? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead now to the public hearing items. And per Commissioner Goins, we'll pull item number 20 forward. Item number 20 is SUP 55277. The applicant is GB Sciences Nevada, LLC. The owner is Wolfson Medical Center, Downtown, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,188 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 921 South Las Vegas Boulevard, suite number 100. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin's ward. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you, and if we could hear from the applicant, please, and good evening, or good afternoon, actually, if you could state your name and address, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, Madam Clerk. J.T. Moran III, Moran Law Firm, 630 South 4th Street, representing the applicant on item number 20. You'll also notice to my right, Mr. Jim Hammer, one of the managing members of the applicant entity, is here, along with myself. Also, another managing member, Mr. Craig Ellens. He is our Chief Executive Officer. Again, another managing member of this entity moving forward, looking for your recommendation this afternoon. Essentially, we are asking for a recommendation for approval of item number 20. I will be very brief. This is specifically a dispensary medical marijuana establishment that's being requested, I believe, on the northeast corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Charleston. You'll notice that location is just off the corner of Charleston and Las Vegas Boulevard. Staff is recommending approval of this item. This item comes to you with a recommendation from staff for approval. The Downtown Design Review Committee also recommended an approval of this item, and it's now before you with those two approvals. We're hoping for your approval as well. We believe that this item is consistent, compatible, and harmonious with adjacent land uses in the immediate area, certainly within the notification zones. We also believe this location is best suited for providing a convenient means for those interested in seeking medication from doctors having recommended usage of medicinal marijuana under the statute. You also note for the record that this location is in direct proximity to two bus routes. Number one, residential route number 206, which is the route that runs east and west down Charleston, and then we are directly off of the Deuce, which runs directly north and south on Las Vegas Boulevard. Again, just another factor that will make this medicine readily accessible to those that are seeking this lawfully. We are here to answer any questions. We appreciate the time that the chair has provided. We appreciate the good work and diligence of your staff. And again, we're here to answer any questions. We thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'll now open this up for public comment. Does anybody wish to be heard on this matter?
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. John Courtney. I'm representing John Peter Lee Limited, law firm at 830 Las Vegas Boulevard South. Our general concern is not necessarily this specific property being used as a medical marijuana establishment. However, if you can see on the schematic here, there are 4 of them in a very, very, very close proximity. And we think that if all 4 were to be approved, or even 3 out of the 4 would be approved, arguably even more than 1 of them approved, it would cause significant damage to the investment-backed expectations of the landowners in that area. We don't want this to become known as Indica Alley. And we think that 4 of them are too many. We're not necessarily attacking any specific location. We're just saying that 4 of them in this general proximity is too many. And I think we have one other person following me that represents the John Peter Lee Family Trust.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. If you could state your name and address, please.
Brian Lee, 5185 South Durango, number 2, Las Vegas, Nevada. I would echo the same comments. I have really nothing against this particular site. It's just we have a concern with so many being in such a tight cluster in one area that we don't want the tone of that particular downtown area to take on a different tone than it has now, which is more of a office kind of tone. And if I'm not mistaken, the master plan for the city of Las Vegas neighborhoods, this is supposed to be more of a office area, and that's I know Jim. I don't have anything. I'm sure Jim's going to be a great operator. We're just concerned with the amount. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard? And I'll say this right now, we're going to have quite a few folks speaking on each item, and I would ask if you are going to speak on a specific item, please come forward for that specific item so we don't have to wait for you to come down the aisle. We have 3 mics here you can line up behind, so ma'am, I know you're looking to speak. You can come up to a mic and be ready to go. And go ahead, sir. Good afternoon. State your name and address, please.
Good afternoon. Michael Infuso from the law firm Legree Infuso, 3030 South Jones Boulevard, Suite 101. I represent Las Vegas Boulevard Development, LLC, which is owned by Jonathan Schwartz and members of the Milton I. Schwartz family. And we echo the same sentiments. We are concerned about the cluster, not necessarily this particular operation. And so we're opposed to this. My client owns 3 parcels in this area. The block that is bounded by 4th Street to the west, Las Vegas Boulevard to the east, and Gas and Garces to the north and south. And there's about 40,000 square feet of office building, and it's amongst the largest surface area parking space downtown. And my clients are currently in negotiations with long-term tenants that we're very concerned about. Should one or all of these be approved, we're concerned that they will back out of these leases, which could potentially bring about 200 jobs to this area. So, and I will, just for efficiency, these comments apply to the special use 55234, 55282, and 55316 as well.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Ma'am, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Vicki Higgins, 205 Norland Street, Las Vegas. I would just like to point out that having a cluster of similar businesses is not necessarily a bad thing. One, the security will be through the roof. Each of these individuals will be having high security. The neighborhood will become much more secure. If you look in the malls, there's multiple businesses, there's multiple food service in clusters. I don't feel that any one of these businesses should be penalized because they found positions that happen to be within a close location to others. I understand the objections about having a cluster of these businesses, but I think that we need to let free enterprise prove itself. Thank you for its.
Thank you, ma'am. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion. The applicant, I'll afford you another minute if you want. It's up to you.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, J.T. Moran, through the chair. Again, we're here to answer any questions. We clearly think that we've made a case that this is a compatible use. We looked at your land use guide. We spent a lot of time. We went through a number of different locations in the city, probably close to a dozen, and this one we found to be the best suited for the use that we're looking and hoping that you'll recommend an approval to the City Council on.
Thank you very much. I'll now open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Quinn, you look like you were first.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment to the people here that are questioning the fact that there could be possible clusters. The fact is we don't have a crystal ball, and the bottom line is only 12 are coming back from the state of Nevada. And I think that if we knew all 12 were going to be coming back into one certain area, we'd be certainly looking at this differently. But because we don't, therefore, we have to look at this simply as a land use, if it's appropriate for the site, and this certainly is. So you'll see my support, Mr. Moran. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you. Clustering has been a hot topic this whole week. Received tons of emails and Facebook posts and you name it. And we've seen people on both sides of the fence. We see certain people that want to cluster and others that don't. And I think in a certain sense, clustering, if it was the right area, it might actually work. I mean, we cluster restaurants, we cluster bars, but I think what we're trying to do here is we're trying to spread these facilities throughout the city. We're not looking at recreational, we're looking at medical. So we want to be able to have them in all parts of the city. Unfortunately, there's a lot of parts of the city where there are just not a lot of areas where you could actually locate one of these facilities away from a park or a school or any of the other protected uses. So in looking at this, 4 or 5, 6 months of research and workshops and joint planning commission, city council workshops, sitting here at the dais, trying to figure out what we're going to do and how we're going to be able to figure all this out. And, you know, I think, and that was my question throughout this whole process, how are we going to approve these, not knowing if they're going to be clustered or not? And I think the final direction that was given to us was that we look at them on a case-by-case basis, and we say, is this right from a land use perspective? And if it is, then we send it forward to city council, and then I think that's going to be the appropriate time to look at the clustering. And if we said that 6 of them were appropriate in one particular neighborhood, but we don't want 6 of them in our particular neighborhood, then there's a selection process that goes on from there. This being right on Charleston, Las Vegas Boulevard, right across the street from the Walgreens or CVS, major thoroughfare, I think this is appropriate location. I did meet with the applicant, and what they represent today was substantially what they represented when we met previously. So considering all those things, I would be in support of this. And I wouldn't necessarily be in support of clustering, but that's not really my call today. But I appreciate everybody who has those same concerns.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bonar?
Yeah, I don't know a lot about marijuana and even less about medical marijuana, but I got to think that one of the reasons that we're even here talking about this is the subject itself became a national issue because we found some way to get the marijuana in a certain strain to help certain people. So I got to think, not every one of the 12 that are approved are going to carry the exact same medical marijuana supply. Some of the reasons we have different growers is to find different remedies within that herb. So even if we're talking cluster, please put a matrix on top of that that says these aren't all going to carry the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do any other commissioners wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item number 20, SUP 55277, I'd move to approve following staff's recommendations and conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve item number 20 carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Take care, gentlemen. Moving on now to item number 6, which is SUP 55103. The applicant is MetaFarm LLC. The owner is DKM Development LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,939 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 1921 Western Avenue. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. And can we hear from the applicant, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. Jennifer Roberts of Lionel Sawyer, 300 South 4th Street. I'm appearing on behalf of the applicant, MetaFarm, which is a subsidiary of a public company called TerraTech Corp., a company that's focused on horticultural and agricultural technology and processes. And I'm joined here by representatives of the applicant, and they're available to answer any questions that you might have as needed. The company does also have experience in medical marijuana dispensary operations in Oakland, California. This site is located at 1921 Western Avenue and is an appropriate area for medical marijuana dispensary use. The proposed location does meet and in fact exceeds all separation requirements, and it's not located near residential or any businesses that target minors. The current site will be vastly improved, and as shown on the site plan that's on file, you'll see a significant amount of landscaping that will be added, which is not required by code, but we are voluntarily adding a large amount of landscaping. In addition, the exterior of the building will be painted, and the parking lot will be resurfaced and restriped. And the parking lot will have all of the required standard parking spaces as well as handicap spaces. The Downtown Design Review Committee did recommend approval with a condition to remove a sign pole, and that condition has already been satisfied. The pole has been removed. And staff has also recommended approval, and we would agree to all of staff's recommendation, and we ask that you follow staff's recommendation. We're here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Looks like Commissioner Slotman, you're first.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you. You know, this whole little area, industrial, Highland, Western, Commerce, we didn't see anybody get up and protest because it's more appropriate farther away from residential. Great area. We'll see a lot of them come up tonight in that particular area. I don't know how convenient it'll be for a lot of people to access that area versus other areas, but nonetheless, I hadn't heard of one protest about anybody in that area. Question I have for you through the chairman would be the street trees on your elevations. Are those, are you planning on putting in new street trees? Are those existing? Could you comment on that?
We will be adding additional landscaping. Currently, there is no landscaping, so we will be planting trees and plants in accordance with code standards.
Okay, appreciate it. And we're not looking at a SDR, but I appreciate you putting all the additional work and money into that building because when we're looking at it at the DDRC, one of the things that we're looking at was, is it professional in nature, and also, you know, the overall look, does it come across as a medical facility or pharmacy? And I think with the additional work you're doing, I think it does. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item number 6, SUP 55103, I would make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve item number 6 carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is anticipated to be heard at the
Thank
October
you.
29th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Great, thank you very much.
Have a good one. Moving on now to item number 6, which is SUP 55104. The applicant is RG Highland Enterprises, Inc., LLC. The owner is 1916 Highland Properties Limited. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 8,900 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility at 1916 Highland Avenue. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, this is item number 7.
Beg your pardon?
You referenced 6. This is item
Oh,
number
my
7.
mistake. Item number 7. I won't read it all again.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can we hear from the applicant? If you'll give us your name and address, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, my name is Laura Ungaro, attorney for Richard Janaki and RG Highland Enterprises, Inc., applying. My address is 2301 La Solana Way, Las Vegas, 89102. We're here today in support, of course, of Mr. Janaki's application for cultivation. Please understand that this is a cultivation business. There's no retail business going on here. There'd be de minimis traffic differences on the street. It's all industrial. The only complaints that were posted was from one next-door neighbor, not the other. The street is completely developed, and nobody else has any problems with it. It comes off of Western Avenue as a side street, and there seems to be no problems. There will be no patients there. The only people that this business would see would be people who are buying to sell in their dispensaries. All of the product byproducts, all the plant byproducts will be destroyed and encapsulated. We have complied with all the recommendations or the necessities for the site. There's no residential anywhere near it. It backs up onto the Interstate 15. There are no businesses nearby that target minors. There's really no real retail business around there. The staff is recommending approval on conditions. Of course, we would comport with whatever conditions the staff has.
Thank you. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, perfect location for a cultivation plant. Like I said previously, I think all of them, if they're located in this area, it'd be great. Industrial warehouses, not a lot of people, and that's about all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do any other commissioners wish to be heard on this? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item number 7, SUP 55104, I'd move to approve following staff's recommendation of approval and conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve item 7 carries.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies.
Just a moment, ma'am.
And Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th special meeting of the City Council unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you much.
Okay, we're going to move on to items number 8, item number 9, and item number 10. These are the same applicant at the same location. However, they're not related, but I'm going to open them together. I'm going to begin with item number 8, which is SUP 55187. The applicant is Acres Medical LLC. The owner is 2320 Western LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 5,182 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 2320 Western Avenue. It's in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Item number 9, which is SUP 55189. The applicant is Acres Medical LLC. The owner is 2320 Western LLC for possible action on request for a special use permit for a proposed 12,590 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility at 2320 Western Avenue in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Item number 10, which is SUP 55190. The applicant is Acres Medical LLC. The owner is 2320 Western LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 449 square foot medical marijuana production facility at 2320 Western Avenue in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, can we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed uses with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishments would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you, and if we could hear from the applicant, probably We'll go one at a time on these, even though I've read them into the record, and we'll vote one at a time on them, if that's okay. So let's start with item number 8, which is your dispensary.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. John Lelu, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. The applicant appreciates staff's recommendation of approval, and we will open ourselves up to any questions.
Thank you. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item number 8? Sir, if you could come on up and state your name and address, please. Either mic. That mic's fine there. It's lit.
Yeah. My name's Herbert Arnold, 4436 Shone Avenue, Las Vegas, 89110. I've submitted some other stuff, but I'll reread some of the things. Basically, is upon review of these plans, there are several items on these plans that fail to meet some of the ordinances of 6121, specifically page 1, lines 26 through page 2, line 2, which requires a fully standalone, dedicated, enclosed structure for a cultivation facility. If you review these plans, you'll notice that the cultivation facility is divided by a glass wall that goes between 2 areas of the dispensary. This is not separate facilities if you're intermingling the facilities within each other. Also, there's issues of ADA access between areas of the cultivation areas on the left side and the right side, which the glass wall separates. There is not ADA accessibility between them. The facility lacks ADA accessible and facilities in the bathrooms. One of the bathrooms is marked as ADA. However, this is not open to other areas.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Sir, if you'll state your name and address, please.
John Courtney, appearing on behalf of John Peter Lee Limited, 830 Las Vegas Boulevard South. We agree with Commissioner Slotman's assessment that clusters aren't necessarily a bad thing in certain areas. We would support the approval of these 3 items, as these clusters are certainly conforming to the use around these areas, as opposed to the objection we had made earlier.
Thank you.
I apologize. And we cite also a new opinion from the Nevada Supreme Court, 130, Nevada Advance Report 66. We think it protects the city's interest if these clusters are not put in an area where it could interfere with the investment-backed expectations of the surrounding landowners.
Thank you very much. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion and open up for discussion amongst the commissioners on item number 8.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you, a question for staff or possibly the city attorney. Could y'all comment on the separation between a dispensary and a cultivation facility and how that applies in a situation such as this?
In reviewing Nevada Administrative Code, the state of Nevada determined that a separate and standalone building indicated a building in which there was no access between uses within the same building. As such, the City Council adopted a similar stance that a separate and standalone structure would indicate for the use would be a separate and distinct location within a building that doesn't have internal access among itself. And that's the determination that was made in the ordinance that was adopted by council.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Keep going, Mr. Slotman.
Question through you for the applicant. Does that represent your property? Is there any access? I'm looking at the floor plan, and I don't see any access. Is that true that you can't get from the cultivation facility to the dispensary?
Commissioner Slotman, Mr. Chair, through you to Commissioner Slotman. Yes, that is accurate. We've worked with staff on several occasions in, for lack of a better term, deleting all areas of access in between uses.
Okay. Just one further comment. Typically in these situations, you'll see a certain portion of the restrooms would require ADA accessibility, and then maybe an employee's restroom or something else wouldn't. That would be up to the building and safety department. And just one thing to consider is if if they do not have the required ADA accessibility that they need, the building department will never let their plans out. I've submitted quite a few different plans, and they catch just about everything. So their ANSI codes and everything else, they look at really closely. So I feel if they don't have it on their current plan set, that we will see that before they get their permits approved. But that's all the comments that I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners wish to be heard? I just have a quick question for you. What is separating the different compartments within your building? Is it a glass wall, as the one gentleman pointed out, or do you have brick, or what? How is it separated?
It's different in each area, but in between the dispensary and the cultivation, there is a floor-to-ceiling glass wall. It's a very thick glass wall, but it is a glass wall. And in between the manufacturing and the dispensary, it's also a glass wall. Now, in between the cultivation and the manufacturing, I believe it's just a regular wall. It's not glass. Now, there is within this floor plan a very long hallway, as you can see, and that hallway is glass. What that is intended to do, it's intended to bring the patient in contact with the actual growing and manufacturing of the product. And if you can see, as you move your way down from the dispensary.
It might help if you're going to demonstrate for us, go to your illustration there and use a pen or something so we can follow along with what you're saying.
You can see, as you move your way down to the Okay. So here we have the dispensary area. And then down this corridor is a glass hallway. The glass hallway separates the patient from the growing facilities, from the cultivation facilities. However, what it does do is it allows the patient to see the cultivation facilities in action. Then what we have back here is an educational area. It's square footage that is devoted to education of the use of medical marijuana. And what the applicant has proposed doing in this area is leasing this space to an educational company which specializes in teaching on the responsible use of medical marijuana. To my knowledge, it's the only application that is proposing to devote square footage particularly for the education. So what you see here is, yes, there are walls that separate all the different uses, and yes, there are no entryways in between uses. However, the object of the application is to educate as opposed to simply
Okay,
distribute.
thank you. Any other commissioners wish to be heard on this? Commissioner Truesdale?
I was kind of okay until we heard the glass wall. I mean, just, as I understand this, and we've gone through countless meetings, is that a dispensary is standalone, truly by itself. By your own description of the process, you're integrating the patient with the grow facility from the dispensary, which defeats the idea that one would be standalone from the other. And while I don't disagree that, you know, it might be a good idea for you to want to educate or to have that involvement, you're in essence making the dispensary part of the cultivation facility. And that creates something that I don't think we can even approve, is my concern. Because if you're using glass walls and there's some fire exiting issue, because of the glass walls and the length of them, just the main fire codes could direct people through one of the other spaces to exit the building. And again, when we've reviewed these standalone facilities, it's been along the lines of, like a tavern is a four-walled standalone facility. You can't be part of another business and be wide open. So that gives me a concern here, unless city attorney or staff has some other variation. I couldn't get to support that. And one other question I just want to verify so I can complete mine is, in the downtown design review, what was a large freestanding sign that was the old Goodyear tire sign, that is coming, that the applicants agreed to take down, right? Staff, was that the outcome?
I'll have to do some research on that.
Okay.
But I believe all those sites that did have freestanding signs
Signs
on
had
the
the
site,
condition that-
there was a condition added,
Okay.
and the applicants did agree to remove those signs.
No problem. I just wanted to verify that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bonar?
Yeah, back to the floor plan, as long as the glass wall is affixed both ceiling and floor, I don't have a problem. But I do think you have a problem with exiting, because within so many feet, you have to have an exit for anybody, and that is a very long hallway. All I have to say, I don't think they'll get approved through the department.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Quinn?
Briefly, sir, your opponent here discussed that there's a possible chance that you have some ADA issues. Could you answer those for me, please? Are there any?
I don't believe there are. We have received staff approval, staff recommendation of approval, and we believe that the item is approvable as is. However, to the extent that there are ADA issues, we're happy to look at those
Please.
and adjust them if necessary.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're exceeding our time a little bit as commissioners here, and we're going to try and stay disciplined on that. However, I'm going to ask the city attorney to opine for us as what they consider a separate building for purposes of a dispensary.
And Mr. Chairman, this is similar to the applications we had at the last meeting, where there were a couple of applicants who had a dispensary attached to a cultivation facility. In those instances, you did vote and say that they weren't considered standalone because they were under the same roof together, so they weren't considered standalone. So when it says fully standalone detached, in my mind, that means one here separated by some space, and then a totally separate building. That's how I would interpret fully standalone detached. Because I know, like I said, in previous applications last week, you determined that didn't meet the code when they were attached between a wall.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. With regards to SUP 55187, special use permit for the 5,100 square foot dispensary, I would move to deny the dispensary because I actually think the other two are appropriate. So that's.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's please vote, and please note that a yes vote is for denial. Motion to deny carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, with regards to item 9 for the cultivation facility, I would move to follow staff's recommendations for approval.
Before you do that, before we move, previously I opened up public discussion for item number 8, so I'm going to ask for public discussion for item number 9. Seeing none, I will close public comment on that item. Any commissioners wish to speak on item number 9 before we have our motion? Seeing none, I'll now entertain your motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of item 9, SUP 55189, subject to all staff's conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Please note that a yes vote is for approval. Motion to approve item number 9 carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Then I'll open it up for public comment on item number 10. Are there any members of the public wish to be heard on item number 10? Sir, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. 449 square feet is not really much space to produce anything in, so I would ask that you maybe take a serious look at that, because there's a good possibility it's going to overflow into the other portions of this facility. I mean, that's a large office. I've been trying to sell a lot of real estate, and 449 feet doesn't really allow you to do a whole lot. So I don't know what they're planning on producing, but I would certainly take a look at that and would ask you maybe not to approve that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on item number 10? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion. Sir, I'll allow you a 1-minute rebuttal as to the size of your production facility.
We believe that the size of the facility is appropriate given the use. The anticipated use was going to allow a seed-to-sale facility, and part of the seed-to-sale facility is manufacturing our own products that are grown there. So given the fact that we're growing the products there in that limited space, we feel that the square footage is appropriate. Thank you.
Any members of the commission wish to be heard on this? Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you. I mean, if they're cultivating or possibly cultivating and cultivating their own products, it's going to take months for these plants to grow. And then once it hits production, a day or 2 days or however many days it takes to produce. So we're talking about an area that is at least 25 by 25. It's not going to take, I think, a huge production facility to be able to produce the items that they're going to be producing in their facility. And with the overall length of the hallways, we walk out of this city council chambers further to the parking garage in this place. So I like your whole facility, and that's all the comments that I have.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I would take the applicant's direction that they understand what they're going to produce. Everybody has a different concept. Some will be a bakery, some will be just doing oils, et cetera. We've heard a lot of different. So I would take the applicant's direction on the size and the appropriateness of their production facility and move for approval of SUP 55190.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve item number 10 carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Have a good day. Going to pick up now with related items number 11 and 12, beginning with item number 11, which is VAR 55879. The applicant is Primo Dispensary. The owner is World Wellness Group, LLC. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow 57 parking spaces where 69 parking spaces are required on 1.30 acres at 3110 and 3120 South Valley View Boulevard in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff is recommending denial. Related item number 12 is SUP 55208. The applicant is Primo Dispensary. The owner is World Wellness Group, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,500 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 3120 South Valleyville Boulevard, Suite B in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff is recommending denial. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds that the request for a parking variance is a self-imposed hardship, and as such, staff recommends denial. In regards to the special use permit, staff finds that the site is not adequate in size due to the requested variance for parking, and also recommends denial of the special use permit request.
Thank you. And can we hear from the applicant? Good afternoon. If we could have your name and address, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel Arguelles with KME Architects.
I apologize, I didn't catch your last name, and you might have to spell it for us.
Arguelles, Arguelles, 6765 West Russell Road.
Thank you.
I'm here representing the applicant, World Wellness. We're here asking for approval of the waiver of parking, which is the main subject of staff's analysis for this particular project. The existing project, or the existing piece of land right now is existing housing two buildings, which are approximately 50% occupied as of right now. There's adequate parking for the facilities now, and we feel that there's going to be adequate parking for the requested dispensary. We've had a third-party civil engineer do a parking analysis of the existing facility and found that the parking is only being utilized about 33% as of right now. One of the buildings on the site houses an adult karate studio, and the other houses a small medical office. As of right now, everything else is just vacant, and it's been that way for about the last 4 or 5 years. We're here to answer any questions that you may have and ask for a approval of the waiver for parking.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on these items? Ma'am, come on up and state your name and address, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Mona Lisa Samuelson. I live on Kirkland Avenue, 89102. I am here to tell you that as a medical marijuana patient, I hope it doesn't come down to whether or not these good gentlemen can procure 10 parking spaces. I want it to be more about what the quality of the medicine is and what the integrity of the team is involved. Please keep that in mind, and please allow people to have some variances as far as 10, 12, 15 parking spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, good afternoon. If you'll state your name and address, please.
Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. Last week, we approved one, and from the overhead, it doesn't look like it has that 1,000-foot separation. I believe that's what it is between dispensaries. We approved the bank building just a block and a half away. So I'm not telling you how to do your job, but I would certainly take a look at that if you've not done that yet. And you know, I agree with you guys that it should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, if you'll state your name and address, please.
My name is Julian Lopez. I'm a liver and digestive disease specialist, and I've spent time at that small medical clinic in the past. I've noticed that there's quite ample parking there, and most of the time it's vacant. I think that approval of this, or approval of the variance allowing for this dispensary to be opened, would infuse traffic to the area and provide some impetus for growth of that clinic and provide services to that area that is desperately needed. The demographics of that area are primarily impoverished people with limited access, and it would help them quite a lot.
Thank you very much. Sir, if you'll state your name and address, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Patricio Sanchez, 3920 West Sahara. I'm a business owner on 3920. I own Tire Express. I drive daily by this building on Valley View, and I can tell you that the parking lot is half empty at all times. You know, I drive there 2 or 3 times a day. I hope that you approve this location. You know, it will bring more business for the area, and for the extra security, it will help us, you know, to be a safer area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on these items? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion. I'll allow the applicant a minute for rebuttal. I will note, however, based on the one gentleman's comment, I don't believe there's any separation requirement between dispensaries. With that said, sir, please, if you want to take the time, you're not required to, but if you'd like to have a minute for rebuttal, you're welcome to.
No, at this time, we would just have a request for your approval for the waiver of parking, which is the main source of denial from the staff.
Thank you, sir. And I'm now opening up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Quinn, you can go first.
Good afternoon, sir. I visit every application in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward, and I noticed, of course, the karate studio upstairs or in your location. And although you're stating that it's for adults only, I had a funny feeling, so I went home and I called and I lied, and I said that I wanted to enroll my 13-year-old son into your karate studio in your building, and they were happy to have him. So my problem is that that tells me that our 300 feet separation from children is not in place. So forget about your parking problem. Your problem with me is that there are children going to your karate studio. So then, about a day later, on September 29th at 2:03 p.m., I received an email stating again that your facility only has adults in your karate studio, firemen and police officers as such. So I decided to call back, and I did the same thing, only used a different name, and again, they welcomed a 14-year-old child into the karate studio. So therefore, you will not see my support on this item, not because of the parking per se, but because you do have children attending the karate studios upstairs because they accepted 2 students in 2 days that were under the age of 18. So therefore, it's going to be my recommendation that we deny your project this afternoon. Thank you.
Could I make
No, excuse me, sir. Commissioner Goins?
Yeah. Just a quick comment on the lady that came up on the public about just let the spaces go. And, you know, we're a land use board, and our job is to make sure that neighborhoods are safe. And I'm not in the mood with this new industry to say, just let a few spaces go here and there. We won't have any problems. And that's when the problems happen. And then we start to lay a pattern where the next applicant comes in and says, well, you let him go. I need to be relieved of a few spaces. So I'm not in the mood today to create a negative pattern. And so I think we need to hold all these applicants firm to the code.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Truesdale? Or Commissioner Moody?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, a quick question for staff. Did I hear in the report that you offered regarding item 11 that the recommendation for denial on 11 is, if not primarily, solely because of the parking problem?
Yeah, staff's recommendation for denial of this project is based upon the lack of on-site parking.
All right. And I couldn't agree more with Commissioner Goins. I think you articulated exactly what my concerns are. This is a 20% reduction in parking spaces on this, and I'm having a hard time finding a way to approve this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Truesdale?
One of the questions, or one of the issues on parking on this site is always, this site generally as commercial subdivisions come before this board on multiple occasions over the years. One, they share common parking through cross-access, and you've got one building that's been tore up for years. If that suddenly got finished, you wouldn't be able to park one of the people here. We'd have a bigger problem here. And when this buildings were even close to full with reasonable business office uses, there was parking out in the streets everywhere. And I think I echo Commissioner Goins. We're reviewing a land use issue on a new business that nobody's really sure all the things that may or may not happen. So our review of the land use code we should err on doing conservative decisions rather than just throw the doors wide open and say we don't care what happens. So I won't be supporting your application.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do any other commissioners wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. Regarding item number 11, variance 55879, I'm going to follow staff recommendation this evening for denial.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote, and please note that a yes vote is for denial. Motion to deny item number 11 carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Thank you. Regarding item number 12, SUP 55208, I also will follow staff's recommendation this evening for denial. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Again, note that a yes vote is for denial. Motion to deny item number 12 carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Going on to item number 13, which is SUP 55234. The applicant is Blossom Group LLC. The owner is Lee, Lynn, and James LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 962 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 810 South 4th Street in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth in Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted at this location.
Thank you. Can we hear from the applicant? And good afternoon. If you'll state your name and address, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Joshua Gust, 800 South 4th Street, representing the Blossom Group today. As staff said, we are recommending for approval. We did want to address one issue. With the DDRC, we were recommending for denial on the fact that we had kept the existing exterior of the building. We went back to planning, and with a new drawing, a new rendering of the building, it was accepted by the planning department. A couple of things. The reason that the Blossom Group has chosen this area is right on 4th Street, great access to a bus route as well as walking distance to the main bus depot, which has direct address from the northwest and other areas of town. We also, one of our board members who is not here today due to a death in the family is on the, one of our owners is on the board of Veterans Village. And we want to offer special access to the veterans and to that area, as well as giving proceeds back to that program. It's very near and dear to our heart. So this is being that it's right around the corner from that as well. I believe, do we have the new rendering of the, oh yeah, right there. So that's the new rendering of the proposed site. I also have Brian here. He's with one of the owners of the Blossom Group.
Thank you. Did you want to say something, sir? Or? Okay, thank you. I will now open it up for discussion amongst the public. For public comment, please come forward, state your name and address.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Malcolm Perez, 9237
I
Evergreen.
apologize, I didn't catch your name.
Malcolm Perez, 9237 Evergreen Canyon, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89134. I own the adjacent apartment building where you see on the pictures the maroon part in the back. I've already had tenants tell me that they will move out if this gets approved. There's also an apartment building right directly behind it, and there's another dispensary that wants to get approved on 3rd Street, so I'd have, between the two of them, I'd be one, the side of it is probably 10 feet from my tenant's window. Then I'd have another one a good 30 feet from my property line. I also know that my neighbor at Chicago Joe's, they send in also a request for denial. It's not the use, it's just, it's right next to people living. They don't want to live next to a dispensary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Michael Tedeschi.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, sir.
Michael Tedeschi, 200 Hoover Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89101. I'm not opposed to medical marijuana dispensaries, but I am opposed to ones that are located near Newport Lofts. We have a high volume of traffic already. Residents have to endure special events that exist, marathons, parades, charity walks, in addition to First Friday. So the volume of traffic already in this area is already crazy. I don't welcome anything that's going to be a potential traffic problem that won't go away.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
John Courtney, appearing on behalf of John Peterly Limited, 830 Las Vegas Boulevard South. I echo the comments that this gentleman just stated, particularly with respect to 4th Street being a parade on a very regular basis, lots of children going up and down this parade. And while I appreciate that there's veteran ownership, I'm a veteran myself, and I go to that Veterans Day parade down there and I bring my children there. And again, I think that we still have a cluster problem, As you saw in one of the photographs, this is very near Newport Lofts. It's also very near Jewel. It's very new, a lot of new development that's increasing the value of the property downtown. I think that this would create a blight. It would also interfere and damage the landowners' investment-backed expectations, and so we would ask the commission to seriously consider denial of this application.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. If you could state your name and address, please.
Michael Infuso on behalf of the law firm of Green Infuso, 3030 South Jones, representing Las Vegas Boulevard Development, LLC. Echoing the same comments as you just heard and what we stated in response to Special Use Permit 55277, that is trying to attract long-term commercial tenants in the area, especially when we have multiple applications for the dispensaries.
Thank you. Ma'am, if you could state your name and address, please, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Vicki Higgins, 205 Norland Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. So far as this being a parade route in a highly trafficked area, I feel that this is just a positive addition to the neighborhood. I'm finding, as a medical cannabis patient, I'm hearing these comments and feeling very offended. I am an upstanding citizen trying to follow the rules. These gentlemen have gone to exceptional lengths to make sure that their application was covered. They've done their due diligence. Because children happen to pass by on occasion, there are bars right next to housing developments and apartments, and they walk by pharmacies all the time. And if they're attending events at First Friday, they're seeing all the different things that happen. And of course, there's going to be the element in the neighborhood, in any community, there's going to be a certain element that's going to be a problem. What I want to reiterate is this team has a high security plan. By moving a dispensary into your neighborhood, you're increasing your security because that dispensary is going to be very concerned about what's going on in their neighborhood. They don't want problems. They don't want children to be affected.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you for your time.
Sean Spanier, 1330 Catchment Drive. I echo the two previous prior to her that, you know, it is, 4th Street's very, very busy. I think all of you know that. If I believe a couple of you even have offices down there. It is around children. 900, and I think it's the building in the back of this parking area. Is that what I'm looking at on the overhead? Can you tell me that? Is it the one? It's not on the corner. It's the second parcel in. Yeah. So, I don't know what the parking requirement is, but it looks like it would be not attainable there with what's going on. It just looks like there's one way in, one way out. And so I would just ask that you deny this as well, along with the previous dissension. Also that, you know, clustering's not a bad thing if it's done in the right area, basically. I think if this is truly about the patient, clustering is a good thing because it helps the competitiveness of pricing for this product, and I understand it's pretty pricey. So don't be afraid to cluster. Just
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your comments. Ma'am, good afternoon. If you'll state your name and address, please.
Good afternoon. Once again, my name is Mona Lisa Samuelson, and I live on Kirkland Avenue, Las Vegas, 89102. Once again, I would like to state that I hope that you're not going to be denying these good gentlemen because of a situation where you don't feel it's an appropriate building. Because I have to tell you that just as these people might be moving out, you'll get better people in there, people who are sick, injured, and dying and need access. You have to remember you're not talking about the criminal element. You're talking about people, patients. We're medical patients. We usually don't make places go down in value. We add security, we add commerce, and we add some enthusiasm to our surroundings. So please keep this in mind and don't deny these good folks over an issue of whether or not you feel it's appropriate. It's what's needed for your community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion. And applicants, I'll offer you all a minute rebuttal if you want to discuss what you've heard.
Yeah, just real closely through Mr. Chairman. Yes, there are parades that go by on 4th Street. One thing that I would say to that, this building actually sits at the very back of the property. I couldn't give you exact how many feet, well over 100 feet from the actual 4th Street. You see there's gates on the front. During parade times, you know, usually that kind of shuts down business on 4th Street. If any of you guys have, you know, people with business on 4th Street, which we welcome because that's a great thing for downtown. You know, obviously we see we're putting investment into the property to make it look like a medical building, like a medical facility, bringing downtown to where the plan for downtown is, revitalize downtown. So I don't have, it's not really an attraction. We're not trying to attract people in. You know, we're in compliance with all the signage. It's just, we feel that the land use is quite adequate here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now open up for discussion amongst the commissioners, beginning with Commissioner Bonar.
I guess it's time for my, what may be my eulogy, I guess. What we're talking about here is medical marijuana, not recreational marijuana. And many of you are probably sitting out there, and those in the audience for that matter, up on the TV, that the things that we're approving are for recreational. They're strictly medical. Now, is an abuse going to be possible on the medical? Yes, it's possible. But our action tonight is to approve medical marijuana sites or disapprove medical marijuana sites. The whole other issue of recreational is not on the agenda. It's on somebody else's mind to get approved, but right tonight, medical marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes,
Commissioner Truesdale?
Yeah. Along many issues I brought up at the last week's meeting when we went through several of these applications, we had gone through workshop after workshop and talked about minimum sizes. I contend I cannot support an application. It's less than 1,000 feet. It's got if you had 5 employees there, based on all the rooms you have there with security, I guarantee you wouldn't have room to put a patient inside the space. So I think it would be inappropriate for us to approve something where we know going in that patients are potentially going to be waiting out front. If you get more than 2, I think they're waiting out front because I don't see how this functions. I just don't support this item. Just looking at it from a handicap accessibility, circulation, the only difference between what we saw before is you photoshopped it gray and put a couple windows in there. But it's still less than 1,000 feet, and I think that's entirely too small for a dispensary, and I think it doesn't do what we were tasked to do in the beginning, so I will not be supporting this application.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you, and just a disclosure that I own a urban lounge within the notification area. However, with regards to this item, my independence of judgment's not compromised, and I won't have any resultant benefit or detriment accruing to me or anyone affiliated with me greater than any other person in the neighborhood or business in the neighborhood. With regards to this item, I do know a lot of people in Newport, and I hadn't heard a lot before this evening. And without going back and echoing everything that Commissioner Bonar said, this is medical marijuana. One block up the street, there was a FedEx building, and not even one block, the same block. And I guarantee that FedEx building brought a tremendous amount more traffic than what this medical marijuana facility will bring. If this ever come back to us in the future, and I'm not going to get into the what-ifs, I wouldn't know if it would be the correct location, possibly not. From a medical perspective, I think there'll be less traffic. You know, we're embarking on something new here with the medical marijuana establishments. For those reasons, I feel that I could support it. I remember this from DDRC, and I was absolutely against it just due to the way that that building looked, and our state says it has to look professional in nature and like a medical facility, and you went back and come up with new elevations for the exterior of the building. It looks 100 times better, and I applaud you for doing that. And with the way it currently looks and what you're currently planning on doing in this facility with medical marijuana, I feel that I could support it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners wish to be heard? I looked at this myself as well. I'm not swayed by the increased traffic by any means. This is downtown. I don't think it's a valid argument to come up and say this is going to increase the amount of traffic. I am kind of concerned that this doesn't front 4th Street, and it seems to be almost, if I'm not mistaken, seeing from the backup material, looks like this is almost in the alley. And, and I got to kind of follow along with what Commissioner Truesdale is saying, too, about the size. Even though there is no minimum size requirement, this one seems particularly small for what we're trying to do. So I don't know. I've got concerns is all I can say on it right now. In any event, do any other commissioners wish to be heard? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item number 13, SUP 55234, I would move to approve following staff's recommendations of approval.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve fails.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and make a motion for denial.
Please vote, and note that a yes vote is for denial. Commissioner Truesdale. Please vote. Motion to deny carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this item is still anticipated to be heard at the October 29th city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Going on now to item number 14, which is SUP 55248. The applicant is Qualcomm of Las Vegas. The owner is Plaza Las Americas Holdings, LLC, for possible action on request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,760 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 546 Northeastern Avenue, Suite 155 and number 160 in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, can we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses. As such, staff recommends approval of proposed use with conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted at this location.
Thank you. Can we hear from the applicant, please? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Flangus, members of the Commission. Matthew Collister, Collister Associates, on behalf of applicant Qualcomm, the president of which is present here with me, Lorenzo Baracas. We're happy to respond to any questions. We appreciate staff's recommendation. We think this is an appropriate use in the appropriate location.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, oops, come on up, sir, and please state your name and address, please. Good afternoon.
Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. I would be remiss if I didn't get up and help my fellow citizens, even though it's not in my neighborhood. It appears to me on the overview that there's no separation between residential and this facility. It's right across the street from apartments, it looks like. And I can't imagine if you've driven these big shopping centers. I didn't get a chance to go out there, but I would hope that Councilman Coffin's commissioner did. There's got to be some type of, kids place or some type of church close by to this. It's Hispanic, mainly community, Hispanic community, and they're really. I just believe that with it abutting the residential neighborhood, we should deny this application partially. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? Ma'am, please come up and state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Mona Lisa Samuelson. I live on Kirkland Avenue, 89102. Once again, I know that we have some standing regulations on it has to be a certain distance away from children, but I didn't realize it had to be a certain distance away from kids where they live in their houses. I think that's going to be impossible. As it stands now, we're medical marijuana patients who are only allowed to grow at home anyway, so a lot of us are close to kids and things. So please keep this in mind. This seems a little ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Any other members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion. I'll allow you a minute if you want to address those
I think we have nothing further. We understand the concerns. We think we'll be good neighbors and good citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I'll open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is my neighborhood, this is my ward, and I do drive that area quite a bit. There is a church, it's on the map, it's more than 300 feet away. But for this dispensary to be going in this location, it's the furthest one east that we have. If we're talking about we're wanting to get these dispensaries spread out, let's approve some of the people that are wanting to try getting to the far east of town. From my recollection, we don't have a distance separation from residential. And the reason being is if we had a distance separation from residential, we would probably have 3 applications in the city of Las Vegas versus 60 applications in the city. So there is a block wall up against that area. It is a very nice, professional, clean-looking building, which is one of the requirements that we looked at the DDRC. And, you know, for those reasons, I would support it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, for the reasons stated today, item number 14, SUP 55248, I'd move to approve following staff's recommendations for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve item number 14 carries.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Item number 15 is SUP 55253. The applicant is Green Mart of Nevada, LLC. The owner is 1510 Company. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,280 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 1512 South Main Street. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements set forth in Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with existing surrounding land uses and future land uses. As such, staff recommends approval with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana dispensary would be able to be established at this location.
Thank you very much. We'll hear from the applicant. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. For the record, Sean Fellows with the Rogich Communications Group, 11920 Southern Highlands Parkway, representing the applicant Green Mart of Nevada. Also with me at the dais are owner-operators Beth Stavola and Joel Laub. First, I'd like to thank you for some of you for taking the time to meet with the applicant. I apologize for not being at those meetings. I was serving overseas on military duty and just got back. So also with that, I apologize if I slur a little bit. I'm a little jet-lagged. Per staff's comments, the site is surrounded by commercial and industrial uses. It is on multiple bus routes. The site is at Maine and Wyoming. The operator is currently a existing medical marijuana dispensary operator in Arizona, has 2 award-winning facilities there with similar-sized footprints. So with that, to give you an idea of what the interior of the space would look like, I draw your attention.
If you want to get closer to your diagram, you can use that middle mic.
This just gives you an idea, Commissioners, of the interior floor space and the use for where the patients would come and use the counters in the top diagrams or the top pictures. And then here in the center, you see the waiting area that is separated and would be used for allow patients to wait, depending on current patients being served at the stations receiving their medicine. This location meets and exceeds city and code requirements. As such, the applicant supports the staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Moody.
Mr. Chair, I have a conflict of interest. Mr. Rogich is a former client of mine, and out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to abstain.
Thank you, Commissioner Moody. Any other commissioners wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I met with this applicant, one, to actually better understand their operations, their square footage, their footprint, if you will. And in doing so, came with a little better information about how they've operated in their other markets. I still have deep concerns about the size of the space. This is an industrial, and this is an appropriate area. And in talking with the applicant, they were had committed that if needed, they could expand space in this location to provide proper circulation. And with that, I'd give them the benefit of the doubt, because I do think this is a very appropriate area. So I would make a motion to follow staff's recommendations for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner
Motion
Schwalman.
was for approval.
This is for approval, yes.
Yay.
Motion to approve item number 15 carries, noting the abstention of Commissioner Moody.
Commissioners, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th Special City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed. Thank
you. We're going to now do related items number 16 and number 17, beginning with item number 16, which is SUP 55264. The applicant is Clark NMSD LLC. The owner is ProView Series 2 LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,800 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 1324 South 3rd Street in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Related item number 17, which is SDR 55265. The applicant is Clark NMSD LLC. The owner is ProView Series 11 LLC for possible action on request for a site development plan review for a proposed 2,800 square foot medical marijuana dispensary and a waiver of the Downtown Centennial Plan development standards to allow a building to have a 0% alignment along the front property line where 70% is required on 0.33 acres at 1324 South 3rd Street in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. And before I have staff's report, I will have to abstain on this matter as the representative for the applicant is a client of my law firm, has been a client of my law firm for some time now. So, staff, if we could have the report, please.
Before staff goes, Mr. Chairman, I am going to abstain on this item in as much as my company owns a piece of property very short distance down the block from this site. I have attended their meetings to keep abreast of what they're doing, but in abundance of caution, I will abstain.
Anyone else? All right, can we please hear from the applicant? Your name? Oh, we didn't get staff's report yet. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chairman, in regards to the special use permit, the site complies with all minimum distance requirements set forth by Title 19 and therefore can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. In regards to the site plan itself, the applicant is proposing to maintain one of the existing buildings and change that use from an apartment use to the dispensary use. As such, staff does support the requested waiver for the 0% alignment as it is existing condition and recommends approval of the site plan.
Thank you very much. Your name and address, please.
Commissioners, George Garcia, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive, Suite 210. Pleasure to be before you, and certainly with an opportunity to basically create a new service, a new product, and an improvement to the community and the neighborhood as we create that service. On the overhead, if you go to this, there you're looking at the existing buildings that occur, and we can go to the overhead and look at them from an aerial view. You'll see that where we are just north of the corner of 3rd and Imperial, you can see here, and then you can see the two buildings as they sit today. What we're proposing, and you'll see on the plans, is that this northern building will be removed and eliminated so that we can provide for complete and adequate parking per the code. The current commercial zoning is C2. As you can see along the corridor is predominantly C2 zoning on both sides of the street, where 3rd and 4th Street come together as they split off of Las Vegas Boulevard. And then we have, of course, multifamily to the west, no single family until you get quite a ways to the east. The site plan, as staff has indicated, here you see before you, indicates the parking where the existing northern building is located. When that's removed, we not only put in the parking, we put in landscaping that's not required by code. It certainly enhances the streetscape and then also enhances the parking. We create a plaza out front, and then of course we have a brand new building in the terms of its appearance, but actually it's sustainable because we're taking that existing building and creating an adaptive reuse of that building. And that's part of what the redevelopment agency looks for in its goals and objectives. And you can see that depicted here with the Brazilian wood and the fiberboard that goes on this and creates this very attractive building on the exterior. And then, of course, on the interior, to serve the patients, we've created that attractive interior look as well. So we've tried to do something that enhances the neighborhood, serves the medical marijuana user in a safe and compatible manner. And as staff has pointed out in their guidelines and recommendations to you, we meet the SUP requirements. There's 13 minimum requirements for that. There's another 5 specifically for the SUP. The SDR, there's another 6 requirements for that. We meet and exceed all of those local. We certainly meet and exceed all the state requirements, and certainly look forward to helping to improve this neighborhood as it's in transition. We are on a major bus route. As you know, Las Vegas Boulevard provides probably the only 24/7 bus route, so we serve not only those that can drive in the parking area and reach us through that means, but also there through public transportation. And last but not least, we did conduct a neighborhood meeting and certainly reached out to our neighbors and had a good discussion with them. And thank you. Be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Do any members of the public wish to speak for or against these items? Please come up to the microphones.
John Courtney, appearing for John Peter Lee Limited at 830 Las Vegas Boulevard South. We don't have an objection to the one in this neighborhood. As we've echoed over and over on other items, it's the clustering. And so long as the commission denies item number 22, which is only 5 blocks away, we fully support items 16 and 17.
Charles Quinley, 1489 South 7th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm the property manager at the building at the corner of Imperial and 3rd, just 1 block away. The way I see it is they're taking a perfectly functioning apartment building that's very nice. It's been remodeled several years ago, and they're wrecking it. They're breaking something that does not need to be, or trying to fix something that's not broken. Also, I'm constantly fighting with Metro code enforcement to clean up the neighborhood behind or on the alley on our block, the 1400 block, and I'm losing miserably. A lot of homeless, a lot of break-ins to the vacant buildings there, a lot of blight around it. I just don't know why they have to pick this building and not a vacant lot or another vacant building to open this dispensary. Also...
Thank you for your time.
Well, let me touch real quick on the children. Commissioner Quinn, about the karate studio, is it kids have to be 300 feet away? Because I lease to a ballet studio and a baby photographer.
Thank you.
And it's less than 300 feet away.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and address.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Miller. I manage Main Street properties between California and Colorado on Main Street, and I don't have a problem with dispensaries. Most of my tenants don't either. But my question is this in the Arts District? This facility? This particular?
I don't believe this is in the Arts District.
It is. I looked at the maps and I thought it was, and that's my concern. The Arts District is struggling already with an image problem, and we're trying to bring it up. And I've had tenants who've stated they will leave my building if we authorize any of these. And like I say, I don't have a problem with dispensaries. There's an awful lot of them coming up, and this one's fairly close, and it's in the Arts District. And so therefore, I politely request that it be denied.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Michael Young, 12 Sandy Bunker, 89148. I'm here on behalf of the owners of the adjacent property to the north, 1310 South 3rd Street. They are in favor of the architectural design of the site plan, and they certainly feel it would be it is positive redevelopment to a neighborhood that needs this type of redevelopment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Timothy Otto, Ellie, 4650 Decatur Boulevard. Just basically wanted to express, I'd like to basically express that I do like to see this establishment move on and become reality. And there's might be so many different factors that are put into land use. But also, let's also keep in mind, like the fellow advocates have as basically discussed, is about medical cannabis. And also September is, as you know, is Pediatric Cancer Awareness Month. Let's think about these families
Sir,
that
excuse
have...
me. We're going to stick to the land use issues, if you would, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, for the record, I'm Mona Lisa Samuelson. I'm at Kirkland Avenue, 89102, Las Vegas. I think that maybe people don't understand here as they come up that the reason there is the clustering is because we have not yet decided what groups, what teams are going to be chosen to have these dispensaries. So as you deny some of these good folks because their parking isn't big enough to handle the crowds that you want to bring in, you're denying our choices. You're limiting our resources. You got to remember, it's medical marijuana patients. We are finally getting what has been promised to us for years now, the legislation that we have some safe access for our people who cannot grow at home. And now you want to limit it over 12 parking spaces, over whether or not you think the art district is the appropriate place for medical patients. Let me remind you, it's medical patients, once again. So please keep this in mind. You are limiting our choices. And I really like Navita. I've heard a lot about Navita, and they're a good professional unit with some integrity, and I hope that you consider that.
Thank you. You're past your time. Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Mr. Garcia, would you like to give a 1-minute rebuttal and answer any questions?
Thank you. If we can go to the overhead, and I'll point out that a couple of the speakers, as you noticed, while there was maybe some confusion, were speaking in support, which seems to be a pretty rare commodity, find speakers in support. But if we go to the overhead, one of the questions that was raised has to do with the Arts District. This arrow is pointing to our property. The Arts District says this dark green boundary. We are outside the Arts District. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here before you today. And I think staff can, add on to that if you would like to direct a question to them. So we're outside the Arts District. We do meet the parking requirements. And again, if you have any additional questions, otherwise, we'd hope you could support the application.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, through you. One of the things about the Arts District, and I know it's like real close, but it's not that the medical marijuana is excluded. It's just not included into the language of allowable uses. And the Arts District has probably 50 different uses that's allowed. But this is, and that is one thing that I looked at whenever I looked at every one of the applications that was even getting close, was to make sure that it wasn't in the Arts District, because then wouldn't be any sense of you coming up here, because that would require ordinance change. As far as the dispensary, I have traveled this little area. I don't know why, but somehow I always get fed through the Arts District, heading down this little section back when there was Thai barbecue and everything else in there. And there's a bus route that runs right through there, and just a tremendous amount of buses that come up, and then they go over, connect on 4th Street, and amongst other things. But, this is an area that needs redevelopment. It's the life cycle of the city. Some people don't want to see certain development. Other people do want to see redevelopment. And I've been in the redevelopment business for the past 15 years throughout Dallas and Vegas. And, you know, taking a couple of these older buildings that are vacant or soon to be vacant and repurposing them into something that has a very nice looking facade such as this will help the overall appearance of that neighborhood. So I'm not in opposition to this. And it's not that they have to be 300 feet away from kids. It's religious community centers, pools, and schools. And I think I can't keep a track any longer what the difference between the 300 and the 1,000 feet, but none of those are within protected uses or within that 300 feet. So all things being considered, I think this is a one that I could support. Again, I will echo, I completely understand that the gentleman over here and a lot of other people out here today don't want to see the clustering, and I can't commit to this gentleman over here, the 24, 25, or 28, whichever you said, that I'll deny that if I approve this. I have to look at each one of these independently, and that's my intention today.
Commissioner Goins?
Just real quick, I just want to put on the record, I think this is harmonious and compatible with this area here, but I just want to go back to the credibility of the applicant, and I know I met with the applicant, and the fact that I got to talk to the doctor and put me in more of a light of what this is in terms of what Commissioner Bonar said from the medical perspective. So having to sit down and talk with him for about an hour on some of the processes, I feel even more comfortable with this use because of the credibility of the applicant.
Yes, Commissioner Bonar.
I'm going to try to take on the clustering issue one more time. One of the first things I asked when I saw we had so many applications was, you know, was it something we were asked to weigh them, to rank them, to score them in some way? And the answer was, you don't get to choose. They're all equal in the eyes of the application, at least complete applications, and that the state will be making the decision of the 12, which will almost preclude, you know, a full-scale clustering. But in this case, this one weighs just as much as anything else in the vicinity that might be considered a clustering. So clustering ought to be put to rest.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Schlotman, would you like to make a motion?
Well, just one more comment about redevelopment. And I mean, there's a lot of positive and negative things about redevelopment, and one of the positive things that typically comes from redevelopment and putting a significant amount of investment in a particular area is with new homes, new businesses, restaurants, bars, office spaces. If it's somebody that's going to put a significant investment into that particular property, they're going to help with the code enforcement issues and trying to keep it clean. You know, all the communities that we build, we don't want to be right next door to somebody throwing trash out. We were on the phone this past week and we were able to get issues addressed. So I think having somebody that's putting a significant investment into a particular area will help with address some of those issues. That's my thoughts, and if there's no other questions, ready for a motion? Mr. Chairman, on item number 16, SUP 55264, I'd move to approve following staff's conditions.
Please vote. That motion carries. Item 16 is approved. Item 17.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, item number 17, SDR 55265, I'd make a motion to follow staff's recommendation of approval with all the subject conditions.
That motion also carries. Item 17 is approved.
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, those items are anticipated to be heard at the October 29th Special City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Moving on now to item number 18, which is SUP 55272. The applicant is Commerce Park Medical LLC. The owner is MW LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 9,750 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 1112 South Commerce Street in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, can we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment will be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I would just like to make a couple disclosures. Julie Murray, I have worked with her in the past on other projects, one of them being Casa de Luz and a couple other small fundraisers. All of these are in the past. We have no ongoing business. And in our capacity of working together, she was fundraising for the same charities that I was fundraising, so my independence of judgment's not affected. And a second disclosure, Steve Menzies is the property owner. He owns several companies in town, one being Focus Plumbing, which we use. We have them on very few projects right now. It really won't affect me one way or another, affect my judgment or independence of judgment by voting on this matter, seeing as how he is just a property owner. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll hear from Commissioner Truesdale.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to abstain. I abstained on this when it came before the Downtown Design Review, inasmuch as my office is in the middle of a transaction with Mr. Menzies on another part of another building in town, unrelated to this. But when I saw his name on this at DDRC, I abstained, so I feel it's incumbent upon me and prudent to continue abstaining on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, we'll hear from the applicant now. Good afternoon. If you'll state your name and address.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm Josh Griffin at 6700 Via Oste Parkway, here representing the applicant, which is Commerce Park Medical. Would like to introduce a couple of the owners. We do have Julie Murray and Ed Finley, who are owners of Commerce Park Medical. Obviously, Mr. Chairman, we're just proud of this project and this application. It has plenty of parking, I believe twice what would be normally required. We think that it's the right location and setback from, which gives it a somewhat of an isolated feel, yet is still quite accessible. And we appreciate staff's recommendation, and we'll be available for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commission. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just to further clarify on that disclosure, Steve Menzies actually is the property owner, not the owner of the dispensary, and he is just leasing the property to the applicants here. And, you know, I haven't spoke to Steve Menzies about this. I think in 8 years I've only spoke to Steve Menzies once, and so my independence of judgment won't be affected by voting on this matter. And saying that, I'm going to carry on through the chairman. If
Certainly, please go.
Is this the site of the Rick's Restoration? And is Rick's Restoration going to stay in business, or are y'all taking over the entire building?
We're taking over the building when the lease expires, and I assume they're staying in business and moving. I'm not sure. And Josh Griffin, for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you're good.
Am I good? Okay.
Thanks, appreciate it. Commissioner Slotman, any more?
Yes, just 1 second. I was looking at something else. If you want to come back to me, if anybody else has another question.
Commissioner Goins? Oh, you're good?
Just knowing the site, and it's a fairly large site, and you have more than enough parking, but you don't have enough handicap parking. Could you take one of those spaces and flip it into handicap? You have 105 spaces where 53 are required, and you're required to have 3 handicap spaces where you only have 2, and considering this medical marijuana, and many people might need that, would that be something that you would agree to?
Yes, Commissioner, we would do that, and we'll follow that appropriately. But yeah, we will. That's a great suggestion, and we will do that.
Okay.
Okay, any other commissioners wish to be heard? Okay, Commissioner Sloman, I'll entertain a motion along with the condition.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item 18, SUP 55272, I'd move to follow staff's recommendation of approval and conditions with the added condition of having a total of 3 handicap parking spaces versus 2.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve item number 18 carries, noting the abstention of Commissioner Truesdale.
Mr. Chairman, that item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th Special City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Going on now to item number 19, which is SUP 55275. The applicant is Paradise Wellness Center, LLC. The owner is Cheetac Development Corporation, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,680 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 2242, 2244, and 2246 Paradise Road in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we hear from the applicant? And good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, first I need to abstain on this item in as much as I have a financial interest with Cheetac Development in managing the property and an ownership interest, and in addition to some friendship interests here, so I will be abstaining on this item.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sloman, did you have something?
No, sorry.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Colby Balkenbush, 400 South Rampart Boulevard, at the law offices of Colasar and Latham. Here on behalf of the applicant, Paradise Wellness Center, LLC. Up here with me also are all the applicant's owners. This is an excellent, easily accessible location for a dispensary. We are located at the corner of Paradise and Sahara in a very well-maintained shopping center that sees approximately 75,000 vehicles drive by every day. In addition, our parking is more than adequate and exceeds the Title 19 requirements for both regular parking spots and handicapped parking spots. In addition, our location is easily accessible via mass transit. There are 4 nearby bus stops, 2 on Sahara, 2 on Paradise, all of which are within a few hundred feet of our location. In addition, across the street from our location is a Las Vegas Metro Rail stop right near the SLS. The Metro Rail had over 4 million passengers last year, so this will be easily accessible to visitors to Las Vegas as well. In addition, as the pictures that are before you show, this location is very well maintained and professional in appearance. We were approved by the Downtown Design Review Committee for all our signage and elevations. And in addition, I want to point out that we're very close to numerous medical facilities in the area, 2 hospitals nearby, University Medical Center and Sunrise Hospital, in addition to 28 other medical offices and 10 pharmacies. And all of those are within a 2-mile radius of our location. In addition, as the staff report notes, our location is fully compliant with all Title 19 zoning and distance separation requirements. This location will be harmonious and compatible with all adjacent existing uses. Also want to bring to this commission's attention, as staff pointed out, a letter was received today, filed with the clerk shortly before we arrived here, that was signed by 207 neighbors in support of our application. We appreciate staff's recommendation of approval and request that this commission adopt staff's recommendation. I'm happy to answer any questions from the commission if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up for public comment. Does anybody wish to be heard on this item? Sir, if you'll come up and state your name and address, please. If y'all could just kind of move over a little bit, give these folks a little bit of
Sean
room.
Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. I have lunch at this center probably at least once a week, and it's one of the pride, McDonald's is the anchor for this center, and parking is not adequate for this center, even at lunchtime. I don't go there because you can't park. So what I don't know what you're going to do, but you know, that McDonald's is one of the busiest ones in town, and at lunchtime you struggle getting in and out of there, even at dinner time. So I would ask that you deny this one. Thanks.
Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? Ma'am, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Hello, once again, it's Mona Lisa Samuelson, Kirkland Avenue, Las Vegas 89102. Once again, I understand what you were saying, Commissioner Goins, about wanting to be tough about the parking at the get-go. But I'm telling you, you're really limiting good choices. You've already taken these people's money, as far as I understood, and they've applied to these as businesses, and now you're telling them that whether or not they have adequate parking is whether or not they are good for our community. And this is really ticking me off, because I am a real
If I
medical
may
patient.
interrupt, ma'am, there's no variance for parking here. They've got adequate parking.
Okay, sorry. Haha. Well, I'm hoping that you will take in consideration that it has more to do than whether or not they have adequate parking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion. If y'all want to take a minute for a rebuttal of anything that was brought forward here.
Just very briefly, Chairman, the staff report notes that there's 121 parking spaces required for this location. We actually have 131, so we exceed the parking requirements by 10 spaces. So there really is no parking issue here. We ask that you adopt staff's recommendation and approve our application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the, we'll now open up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, like they said, 131 spaces where 121 is required. So your lease meeting our local code, and if the parking lot's full, congrats on having a well-maintained and run shopping center. But you're taking out a Subway and I think a couple other businesses, which probably produces pretty high traffic, especially around lunch and dinner, and putting in a different use, which will probably have, I mean, we're all guessing what's going to happen with traffic, but hopefully a more consistent traffic pattern throughout the course of the day, such as a pharmacy would have. So I figured we would have a tremendous amount of people coming out in opposition to this, because getting close to Beverly Green, but really I didn't hear from a whole lot of people, and since it was right on Sahara and not encroaching into that neighborhood, you know, I feel that I could support this. You know, it's a real tough street, and the neighbors like to protect that area, but seeing that you're at the very end, I feel good about this and feel good with everything that was presented today. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Goins?
Just real quick, appropriate, harmonious. It's off of 2 bus routes. It's in a commercial district. I think any shopping center owner or developer would love to have that traffic flow through there. I think this center has been there, and although it may have a lot of traffic, I think it's proven over the years that it can handle the ingress and of the traffic, ingress and egress as it comes in and out of that shopping center. So I can fully support that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item number 19, SUP 55275, I'd move to approve, following staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. The motion to approve item 19 carries, noting the abstention of Commissioner Truesdale.
Mr. Chairman, that item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th Special City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. At this juncture, I apologize for this, but we're going to take a break. We'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start in about a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with item number 21, which is SUP 55280. The applicant is Fizzes 1 LLC. The owner is LGC 231 LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,868 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 231 West Charleston Boulevard, Suites 110 and 120 in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Now, if we could hear from the applicant, please.
Yes. Good evening. It is evening, right? Yes.
I think we just crossed that threshold.
There's a ball game on. So anyway, good evening. Chris Kempfer here on behalf of the applicant, which, by the way, the applicant's name is the Fizzes 1 LLC, just so the record is clear on that.
Thank you.
And let me be as brief as I possibly can. It's zoned industrial. It is surrounded by industrial zoning. It has 1,868 square feet. It meets all distance separation requirements. It provides adequate parking. As staff has determined, the building elevations and signage have been approved by the DDRC. It has access off Charleston, which is, as we all know, a major roadway. Staff recommends approval, finding it is compatible and harmonious, and we would very much appreciate your recommendation as well. And we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Going to open it up for comment from the public. Does anybody wish to be heard on this item? Good evening. If you could state your name and address, please.
Barrett Powley, 241 West Charleston, Suite 155. I am the tenant directly adjacent to this proposed new tenant and the center at Wholesome Lofts. When we signed our lease there, we thought this would be a professional, creative space, not a additional retail space and dispensary. And since we're right next to it, we have a few concerns. I don't know if you look at the overhead here. I pulled up the, being an architect professional, I looked at the site plan, and currently we are very challenged for parking on the space. If you look at the 43,000 square feet, or almost 44,000 square feet, is currently about 80% occupied with office space. At 1 per 250, you need about 197 stalls. Now, I included Lola's space, which needs about 20 stalls because it's a 1 per 50. So you need 102 stalls. That's what's existing right there, and what's required is about 197. So I don't know how staff can approve this when the parking analysis is incomplete. So I would strongly suggest you deny this on basis of the
Thank you,
parking
sir. I
is incomplete.
appreciate your comments. Ma'am, good evening. If you could state your name and address, please.
Lola Picorni, 231 West Charleston, Suite 130, directly next door to the proposed office space for the dispensary. As Mr. Powley was telling you, the challenge here is parking, and if parking is studied properly, we are going to be short 99 spaces for the use of this building. And we would really we're asking you to please kindly take note of the parking here at this building. We're already short. A lot of you come to my restaurant at Lola's at 241 West Charleston, and you can hardly get a parking space as it is. So if we add another retail space, it's going to tightly squeeze any kind of participation by any of the families that visit us at Lola's. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion. I'll allow the applicant a minute to respond if you would like to.
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All I can say is, in looking at the staff report, the subject site is physically suitable for the type and intensity of land use proposed, and staff finds the site contains a developed retail and commercial shopping center. This site contains adequate parking for all uses, and the proposed use does not generate the need for any additional parking spaces beyond what has been provided on site. This is an establishment that is taking over for another existing establishment. It's not a situation where we are removing somebody or adding some additional square footage. So we would respectfully ask that you follow staff's recommendation. It's also understanding that the landlord is making arrangements for additional parking for all of the tenants, but again, we're just taking existing property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Commissioner Truesdale.
I actually enjoy Lola's Restaurant. I think it's a great spot, and it's been very successful in that building. But I really think the perspective is here is nothing's being added here, nothing's being built. This space is existing. You're gonna take one user that was there that could have had more employees in here than this will have, and you've substituted another use. Any use in this property will create some kind of parking. But based on the requirements that we reviewed, it does meet those requirements. I think, can the landlord always do better in finding more parking in the future? Sure. But this is an existing project with existing parking. One thing I would recommend to the landlord is they have a lot of assigned parking. When you make assigned parking, you impact your own usable parking. So I think management can do better, and I think this is an appropriate and harmonious use.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bonner?
Yeah, I have no objection to this property. I just have one practical comment. I mean, this is, well, it's the tip of the tail of the dog in terms of finding this location off a very traveled intersection that's not signalized, I'm sorry, it is signalized. But finding this location without any signage on West Charleston, I don't know what you have in mind for signage in West Charleston, but this is going to be fun testing whether people can find your location. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you, I know Lola very well too, just from eating her establishment, but it wouldn't affect my judgment one way or another on this particular item. But, you know, being in there and visiting some of the other places, I've been in there in the morning, afternoon, the evening, and at different times of the day it does get tough, and there is a shortage of parking. But there's going to be, this is a building that's already constructed, and there's going to be one use or another in each of these spaces. Some may be more intense, others less intense. You know, if this wasn't a medical marijuana facility and it's another restaurant or something like that, there definitely wouldn't be enough parking. So I'm just echoing the same things that I heard over here, but considering it's not going to put any additional parking constraints over any other use, similar use, I think I could be in support of this.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Chairman, on item 21, SUP 55280, I would move to approve following staff's recommendation in condition.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve item number 21 carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th Special City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you all very much, and good evening.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Item number 22 is SUP 55282. The applicant is Nevada Wellness Project, LLC. The owner is Five Guys on Third, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,960 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 823 South 3rd Street in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending denial. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the floor plan for the establishment depicts two common lobbies at the front and rear, which provides public access to two separate suites within the multi-tenant building. The front lobby provides direct access to the main reception area from the public street. The rear lobby provides direct access to the parking area off of the alley, including handicap parking. Shared restrooms for the entire building are located within the rear lobby area and are required to be available for public use. Minimum special use permit requirement number 6, which cannot be waived, requires that the public access to the building shall be from one point of entry and exit, with no other access to the interior of the building permitted. As such, staff recommends denial of the proposed use with conditions if approved. If denied, no medical marijuana dispensary would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just a couple of disclosures before we continue. Rob Gardison with DIG, he has drawn plans on several of the projects I've been associated with. However, I've never personally contracted with him, and therefore my independence of judgment would not be affected. Joey Vanis is with First Friday, and at DDRC, I think almost every one of us disclosed, since I own an urban lounge within the Arts District, and First Friday is around there. However, my independence of judgment wouldn't be affected there either, because First Friday is sponsored by the city. It's sponsored by all the businesses. We don't personally sponsor First Friday, and we don't write any checks to First Friday, but considering that Joey Vanis is with First Friday, I just wanted to disclose that. And third, Michael Cointhwaite, I've known him for a number of years. Never once had any business relations with Michael Cointhwaite, but just seeing as how I've known Michael for at least 5 years, I just wanted to disclose that, and I don't feel that my independence of judgment would be affected by any of these applicants.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, we'll hear from the applicant, please. Good evening. If you'll state your name and address.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Michael McNerney. My address is 8430 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite 110, Las Vegas, 89128. I apologize for looking down. I just moved, so I don't know my address, and it's on a card right here. I'm joined by ownership, who Joey Vanis is here with me, and management, and that's Michael Cointhwaite, and the architect, Rob Gerderson. The building is currently vacant. The improvements would enhance the overall appearance of the neighborhood and maintain the historical feel of the building. We received approval with conditions from DDRC. Except for some clarifications that need to be addressed on the floor plan, the applicant meets all standards as reflected in the staff report. And I'm not going to use up any more of my time. I'm going to turn it over to Rob, the architect, to explain those clarifications on the staff report as to why there is only one entrance to this building and not two. Rob?
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Hi, Rob Gerderson, 817 South Main Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89101. I'm here just to show you, if you can go to the overhead monitor here, the plan before, if you can zoom in. We do have one main entrance, and the one main entrance is off of 3rd Street. In the plans, we do call out common lobby. This is not a main entrance. In fact, we have secured fob entrance to the dispensary. However, what we've done was just to clarify that this is not a main entrance, and I'll turn to this new plan here. We've sectioned off, we've removed a door to that lobby. created this as a private entrance and have the common restrooms only dedicated to the dispensary, and this will just be a private access and loading for the dispensary for this back area. And so by doing that, that makes it very obvious of where the front entrance is, and we only have one entrance. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll open it up for a comment from the public. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this? Good evening, sir. If you'll state your name and address.
Malcolm Perez, 9237 Evergreen Canyon, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89134. I own the apartment building at 818 South 4th Street, which is directly behind this place. And I oppose this entirely. Right next door to it, there's an apartment building with 48 units. Right across the street, there's another apartment building on 3rd Street that has probably 70 some odd units. It's a lot of residential. Right now, I give $1 to donuts. In that parking lot, there's at least 2 homeless people, there's couches. It's a constant battle. I don't know what they're going to do with security or what have you. I mean, I've been there 7 years. They've probably gotten the air conditioning stolen there 2-3 times. I constantly have to call Metro. I actually called the owner of the property. If you notice one of the signs, they actually have that building up for sale. I have called him to say, hey, you know, can you do something about the homeless that are living on your property? His response to me, well, I live in Summerlin and it's too far for me to get down there. And I said, well, so, you know, I live in Summerlin.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your comments. Good
Michael
evening, sir.
Tedeschi, 200 Hoover Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89101. I've been a homeowner at Newport Lofts now for 7 years. Since the day it opened, I was the first resident, and I think traffic is a relevant issue in this area. I saw the FedEx close due to lack of traffic, and I think a dispensary at this location is going to resemble more of the traffic that exists at Pawn Stars, which can bottleneck Las Vegas Boulevard completely. I do not approve of this location, being it so close to my home.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Evening.
Good evening. Michael Infuso from the law firm of Green Infuso, 3030 South Jones Suite 101, on behalf of Las Vegas Boulevard Development LLC. Again, reiterate the same objections we have with the clustering of these. I know some don't think it's an issue, but we want to continue to raise that issue, and also trying to get long-term tenants to that area to facilitate job increase.
Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Once again, Mona Lisa Samuelson, Kirkland Avenue, 89102, Las Vegas. And I'm here just to tell you that I think these gentlemen have a concern about what's going to happen to their property. And nobody knows what's going to happen with medical marijuana. But I think you're going to find that you'll see it is the sick, injured, and dying. Once again, it's not the criminal element. And everything this gentleman complained about, the homeless, the security issues, the look at the appearance, I think these people can take care of. I think this is a great thing for our community, and we must be looking at it that way. We can't be looking to regulate these people out. They are going to help our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion. Or before I do that, would you all like to have a minute to respond?
Just 1 minute, Chairman. We understand and appreciate the concerns that are raised by some of the residents. It's somewhat ironic. The building is vacant, and that is where vagrants and other homeless are making their home right now. Upon improvement, that will absolutely not be the case. And just for the record, the ownership group is purchasing this building. This is not a rental situation. So we understand the concerns. All steps will obviously be made to improve what is otherwise a blighted building right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you, question for Rob Gardison. You're kind of pulling away from the mic at the end. I didn't really catch what you're saying about the entrances. Could you explain that to me one more time?
I'll speak up a little bit louder here. So the issue is that we have perceived 2 entrances, one on 3rd Street and then one towards the rear parking area. And let me show you just the previous plan here just to illustrate that. Now the issue is that we have 2 entrances going to a common lobby that goes out to the back area. This could be seen as an entrance. And so what we did was we made sure that we closed this entrance off made this entirely private to the dispensary and made this solely just for the dispensary itself. The neighboring tenant will have a separate entrance, and so the main entrance will be at the front on 3rd Street.
Mr. Chairman, another question through you. So the main entrance will be on 3rd Street for the customers, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then the loading will come from the parking lot on the back into the building. That's where you'll receive your deliveries?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. And then a totally new entrance will be put somewhere for the new tenant, whoever goes onto the other side. So your intentions is not to use the entire building, it's just the one half of the building, is that correct?
That's the current plan right now, sir.
Okay. And then, so did you reduce the size of the facility overall when you decided to not use that other side?
Yeah. We did not reduce the size of the facility.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners wish to be heard on this matter? Commissioner Moody?
I guess a question for staff through you. Does the revised site plan, does that comply with staff requirements?
The staff hasn't seen the revised floor plan, so I can't answer that question. The floor plan that's before you is part of the record as shown on the overhead. This floor plan has not been reviewed by staff, and it's the first we've seen of it.
We spoke with staff to try to make an
Sir,
appointment
just a
last week,
second. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Truesdale?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I need to clarify a couple things here. When we as commissioners, when these applications were all filed, we received a printout of all the people so we could deal with conflicts and such. And my office represented a client, Golden Wellness, 2230 West Bonanza, for a facility. And in that backup, it showed Mr. Cornthwaite as a board member or involved in that dispensary. And on yours, Nevada Well, it doesn't show Mr. Cornthwaite. I just want to make sure I don't have a conflict or, you know, any potential conflicts here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Cornthwaite is not a member of ownership, but he's a contemplated member of management.
And for further clarification, Commissioner, I'm not on that application. I was removed from that application.
Oh, okay. I needed to make that clarification. Thank you.
Commissioner Moody, do you have anything else?
Well, I guess just to follow up with staff's not having seen this floor plan, I guess if we're going to proceed with a vote tonight, I would encourage the applicant to meet with staff prior to City Council. I want to make sure that you'd be willing to do that.
Mr. Chair?
Just a second, let's let the applicant answer that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it. We contacted Steve in planning last week. He specifically instructed us to address this matter at the hearing and not to come in beforehand.
Right, but Commissioner Moody's condition for you is you will get in touch with staff prior to the City
Absolutely,
Council
Commissioner.
meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Goins, you have something?
No, I typically don't. I like to see it submitted and going through the process through staff and come out in the packet. I mean, to me, it seems like we're designing this thing up at the dais, and I can't support that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other Commissioner Bonar?
Yeah, mine's kind of a practical one to staff. I don't know how many total parking spaces there are here, and if the usable area or the area to be used for this facility consumes all those spaces, because the obvious question is, if the remnant space of the building is put to use, is there then sufficient parking?
Without knowledge of what that other space will be at this time, that may be a concern. This is located in the downtown Centennial Plan, As such, the automatic application of parking standards don't necessarily apply, but they can apply if it's an intense use. For instance, the commission could decide that if they were proposing something that required lots of parking in that area, that it might be a burden on the other areas, as they've done in the past with other uses that have come in with insufficient parking in the downtown area. But without knowing what that other space is and what the proposed use of it is, I can't address that at this time. We looked at the site as an entirety as medical marijuana for its use.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin.
You said
Commissioner Bonner?
you did look at the entire building as it being in use?
Oh, only 19, I'm sorry, clarification, only 1,900 square feet was considered
Okay.
for that portion of it.
You know, I may be alone in this one thought, but I think giving up parking downtown en masse as we have is something we're going to have to pay a price for later on. So I'm not going to support this application in my case because we're not sure of what the second or the remnant space is and how it's going to be used and the parking requirement for the combination.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Quinn?
I just wanted to say briefly, it's impossible for me personally to support or not support something that I can't see. So it's just out of my own personal feelings that if we don't have it, we don't know it. So therefore, you won't see my support, not because I wouldn't have supported you, but because I don't know what I'm supporting. Sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Sloman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, one last question for staff. If there was one entrance and one exit, that would be acceptable to the city, is that correct?
Per the code, yes. Dispensaries are only allowed one entrance and then any other additional exits as per the fire code.
And in seeing this and having the application or the revised site plan, I talked to the applicant this morning because I was a little bit concerned about the two entrances, and he explained what was going on and how he was planning on sectioning that off. I just asked him for clarification right now, so I do understand that, but would it be possible to hold this in advance till the first meeting in October, or would that not give it time to go to City Council?
The land use application can be amended. I don't know if the compliance permit for the business licensing portion can be amended at this time.
Okay.
They would need to address that with the business license office in regards to the ordinance as it was written.
Okay, any other comments from the commissioners? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
You know, I understand completely what's going on here. I know staff hasn't seen it. You know, I feel that it would have been nice to have this so everybody could have seen this up front. There is a condition of approval that if approved, that they'll only have to have one entrance. So if this gets approved, it would have to follow what our codes are that we're making everybody else follow on everything that we've approved thus far. And for that reason, along with having the explanation, I would feel comfortable supporting this item. So for item number 22, SUP 55282, I'd make a motion for approval, subject to the conditions that they revise that site plan and get it back to the city per our local ordinances.
Mr. Chairman, before we vote, I'm kind of pushed back here a little bit. When we went through the DDRC, when we've gone through this whole process, it was made very clear to us that by the time it got here, we would see the applicant going through all the right steps with staff, and that we weren't going to be designing or making assumptions of design here at the podium, and to the point where we've been pretty critical of other applicants. People that tried to submit new elevations, people that, you know, were trying to do things that were out of step. These applications, these land use applications, these licensing applications had a deadline, and I think the city went through its process, was very clear about those deadlines and what was expected. And the only variable to that was, I understood it at the DDRC, that if we corrected something there, it was correcting the conditions for the sign, you know, as they go forward, because the sign we could stop their opening. But operationally exiting from, I don't know how they could have answered the questions operationally to staff with a moving design. So in that regard, I understand the motion made by Commissioner Schlottman, but I don't think we can do that. I mean, I think we violate our own instructions that we went through. So, but for that reason, I'm going to, you know, I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, motion's on the,
Could I just make one last comment? And just considering that a lot of these applications were a typical situation, they'll bring in an applicant and you would look and the staff will go through your application and tell you what needs to be revised. I've done this hundreds of times. On this, they put 10, 15 applicants into a room, told them generally what to do, and then they get the staff report a few days before the meeting, not enough time to get it back onto the record. And so for certain things like that and certain things that we voted on over the past 2 weeks, we have made modifications to doors, and we have supported that on at least 3 applications that I can remember. So therefore, that is my motion. We'll see where it goes.
thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve fails. I'll entertain another motion.
I'll make the motion for denial of SUP 55282.
Please vote. Note that a yes vote is for denial. Motion to deny carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th Special City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Item number 23 is SUP 55284. The applicant is Buffalo Center Medical Advocates, LLC. The owner is SSG Properties, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,630 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 1591 North Buffalo Drive, Suite 130 in Ward 2, Councilman Beers. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, can we have the report, please?
The subject site complies with the minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions.
Thank you. And before we hear from the applicant, Commissioner Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I represent Robert Hassman, who has an interest in the application before us, and therefore I will be abstaining.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good evening. If we could hear from the applicant, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Robert Hassman, 4785 South Durango, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89135. I'm here on behalf of Buffalo Center Medical Advocates. I'm a partner along with Amy Hooks, who is my partner as well.
I'm going to have to interrupt you. You can stop his time for a second. You're going to have to kind of get that mic up a little closer. We're not hearing you at all, and I'm going to, if you could reset his time, and I'm going to ask you to start over, and I'm sorry, because I don't think anybody up here heard you.
Sure. Robert Hassman, 4785 South Durango, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89147. I'm here on behalf of Buffalo Center Medical Advocates. I'm here with, I'm a partner, manager, and also I'm here with my partner, Amy Hooks. We're here applying for a dispensary location on Buffalo and Vegas Drive. We have commercial, it's a 1,630 square foot space located on the shopping center on the southwest corner of Buffalo and Vegas. There's commercial in 3 different corners, and we're here to answer any questions or concerns you have.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to open it up for public comment. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter?
Yes, thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Michael Infuso, 1701 Pink Cliff Court, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89128. This proposed location is directly south of a development called the Pueblos, which is where my family and my 2 children live. On Vegas Drive, west of Buffalo, there are several bus stops. It is highly traveled by children. They go to Katz McMillan, which is to the east of Buffalo, and then there's also Richard H. Bryan, which is a little to the north. But there are several bus stops in there, one at Pueblo, and there's also Shadow Hills, which is an elementary school, which is 2 blocks away. And there's an apartment complex in between Shadow Hills and the proposed location. There's a lot of traffic, a lot of kids. So for that reason, we request that you deny this.
Thank you. Do any other members, sir, evening?
Good evening. Ron Fletcher, 7729 Prairie Corners, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89128. I have 3 concerns about this application. The first is similar to what the gentleman before me mentioned. It is directly adjacent to the Pueblo residential community and the Hermosa residential community. It's on the east side of Buffalo. Those communities are just across the street on the west side of Buffalo. However, I realize that's not the basis by itself to deny an application. My bigger concern is in the same shopping center, just adjacent to this proposed facility, is a large Taekwondo karate studio that focuses primarily on children and is a very busy facility. My third concern is just to the northeast of this facility. Within eyeshot of it is a bus stop for middle school kids that every morning and afternoon pick up and drop off somewhere between 20 and 35 young people. So I think all those considerations, I would ask for your denial for this application.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, Mona Lisa Samuelson, Kirkland Avenue, Las Vegas, 89102. I just wanted to remind you that there's probably not going to be a problem with so many kids being around these areas, because I want to remind you that you still have to get a medical marijuana card, and you have to be over, I think, 21. So there shouldn't be too much worry about these kids being around these dispensaries. They won't be allowed in. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Vicki Higgins, 205 Norland. I keep hearing concerns about children seeing these places. I'm sorry, children go by alcohol stores all the time. Educating our children is really important. Having a discussion with them as to what medical cannabis is used for, and teaching your children about abuse and drugs and the bad things that are out there. This is medicine. This is not a drug. It's not alcohol. These kids go by liquor stores and by bars all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? Sir, if you'll come on down. And if anybody else is going to want to speak on this item, please come forward right now.
Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, Chairman. Timothy Eliado, 4650 West Oakey Boulevard. And just wanted to basically express that I would like to see it approved, and just if for so many other reasons besides children. And just for the record, I would just like to remind everybody that also that September is Pediatric Cancer Awareness Month. And there are so many families that are affected by cancer, and these families should also be considered with when it comes to regards to children that are crossing the streets or going to school. Some kids are able to go back into school this semester, but a lot of kids are not able to get back to school this semester because they have to go through treatment. So thanks for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any other members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion, I'll allow y'all a minute to talk if you'd like, to address some of the issues that were raised.
Sure. This location is in the corner of the shopping center. There's a gas station. We spoke to a lot of the tenants in the property. It's a conducive business. There's a chiropractor. There's the gas station. There's a vapor store. So there's no children uses that would affect this building. Second, there's commercial on 3 of the 4 corners. The residential is, the access to that is up Vegas Drive, about 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet. So it is a heavily trafficked commercial area.
Thank you very much. Now open it up to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Quinn?
Just briefly, I don't know if you watched last week's meeting, but we had a few that were this close to neighborhoods, and tonight we haven't had many at all, as if any, this is the only one, and I was wondering if you did hold, in respect to these neighbors, a neighborhood meeting.
We talked to the owner, to the shopping center, the businesses. We have a concern about handing flyers out or doing any kind of advertisements. So we didn't hand any flyers out, but we did have an open house. We didn't get a lot of support from anyone.
You had concerns about handing out flyers?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what do you, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. You had concerns about?
Just advertising. We want to be inconspicuous.
Well, that's my concern. So this is number 23, and we have had 36 residents send in notices that they weren't really in favor of it. And sometimes when you hold a neighborhood meeting, you can kind of explain to them how safe it's going to be, you know, how it's going to improve the neighborhood versus make it unsafe. And in this case, in my opinion, you did not do your due diligence for the neighbors. And last week, it was very pertinent that the neighbors that abutted to any dispensary were made aware of it, not to scare them, but to alert them that this was coming and to let them voice their opinion. So you will not see my support on this one this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Goins?
Just real quick, that kind of took me aback when you said you're afraid to advertise, so it sounds like you want to get in the neighborhood, but you don't want nobody to know you're there and what you're doing. So just on that alone, due diligence, I think you owe it to the neighbors. It's their quality of life that you are either going to impact or you're not going to impact. And if you think you're not going to impact it, I'd be giving flyers and candy around there and say, come up and see what I'm adding to the neighborhood.
To answer your concerns.
Excuse us, the Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, question for the applicant through you. I didn't hear what you said because you're a little far away from the mic. Could you repeat what you said about flyers? You wanted to put them in the stores next door and they had concerns, or concerns of putting them on the houses, or what?
I think the state, in our downtown design meeting, had issues with banners, with flyers, with advertising of the business. And we didn't want to go down that route. We want to be in compliance with all regulations of the state and local, however that is. So that was our reason. I think our location is what well serves the Summerlin area, well serves Desert Shores. It's on a commercial thoroughfare, and there is residential that is close, but it doesn't access this property. So that's.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, there is a tremendous amount of residential in that area. I do like the fact that it could possibly take one out of my ward and prevent some clustering. But I would maybe suggest, and I know what you're saying, temporary signage, keep the temporary signs down, but maybe whichever way this goes tonight, maybe hold a neighborhood meeting or talk to staff and see if you could put up some kind of temporary sign with a temporary sign permit to figure out what's going on, or poll the neighbors or something. I'm not sure. That might help you out a little bit at the city council level. It's not going to help you out much here tonight.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, real quick, I think the process for a neighborhood meeting is you don't have to go through the neighborhood and do out flyers. You can just, through staff, request a list of addresses and just do a mail out. You don't have to put a flyer out to anybody. You just mail out to everybody in the notice area that you're having a meeting at the nearest community center or wherever, and you mail out everybody in the neighborhood. That's what I meant.
Sure.
Chairman, if I may, my name is Scott Olkey.
Not right now, sir. This is all for the commission discussion. Commissioner Truesdale?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Couple things, and kind of caught me off guard. I know the applicant is trying to present their item well, but part of our process is making sure the neighbors know what's planned to go in there. And when you indicate that nobody really wanted to let, kind of be overt about what's going on here, leaves me a little concerned. I believe the process, and I tell this to everybody that's ever come to for any item, is you need to use a little of that shoe leather and walk door to door. I mean, I'm not a big diehard for every item to have a neighborhood meeting. But I think it's pretty simple to walk 100 doors around a site and get a feel whether your neighbors really have a heartburn with what's coming forward. One, it shows me you guys take this seriously and want this. Now, for our lovely advocates that are here tonight, we're not here to talk about the product, the medical. We're here to talk about land use, and I don't know how many times we've had to say this tonight, but I don't want to have to worry about re-educating my grandchildren. I think the business owners need to get off their butts and do that. I think the advocates need to do that. We don't need to just assume everybody's happy and wonderful with this process. If it was between medical marijuana and the safety of our kids in neighborhoods, I will err on the safety of kids in our neighborhood 99.99% of the time. So I don't want to be chastised again about whether we're not considering the children, or whether they see a liquor bottle, or whether they see a smoke shop. This is a new item, a new issue to our community. And maybe some people are more familiar with it. They've been exposed to it for a lot of years. I haven't. So I think we've done an excellent job, this commission and the staff, to get out here and find out what's important to the neighbors, deal with the land use issues, and deal with the applicants that want to go into business in an appropriate manner. There's going to be more than twice the number of approved sites through this process than the 12 that are going to get approved at the end of the day. So we're not up here trying to limit people's access to their medicine. We're up here trying to do good land use business. So that's my comment.
I'd like to just kind of follow up to what Commissioner Truesdale was saying, and I disagree with him on one thing about safety of kids versus the medical marijuana. He's 99.99% in favor of the kids. I'm 100%. So if it comes down the difference there, this is a no-brainer to me. What I am concerned about is a lot of the applications that have come forward tonight are out in a little bit more industrialized areas, a little bit more commercial areas. Your properties are backed up against residential properties. You're across the street from residential property, albeit, to the east of you, you do have retail, but you are very close to residential property. Folks who have been watching these meetings for a long time know I'm not a big stickler about meetings myself. But I'm looking at the support materials here. You have about 38 protests right now. Actually, excuse me, 36. You're number 3 on the most protests received. I would highly recommend you go back and get a meeting before you go to the city council. Based on some of the things I've heard tonight, I can't support this. In any event, do any other commissioners have anything else to say? Commissioner Bonar?
Well, it's about time. this is actually in my ward. I don't get a lot of applications, whether they're land use or marijuana in my ward. But this is so close. I happen to live in the condominium development, and actually, this is not in my backyard. This is in my side yard. So you're neighbors with me. All I know is, well, I'm going to first of all talk about the people in the Summerlin, gentleman that came in here from the Summerlin subdivision. There's no direct access on Buffalo and no direct access on Vegas until you get about 3/4 of a mile west of here. And you'd have to take a turn on Cielo Vista before you'd even get into that subdivision that he's talking about. So we're not, we're talking about a back wall of all those units. We're talking about a sidewall, in my case, for my condominium called Adagio. If I were to wear my fairness hat, I would say that, you know, this is something that's out in my area that would take some stress off the clustering in the downtown area. I don't know if I should wear that fairness hat, because I happen to know that the teenagers jump over the fence into the parking lot right next to where your store is. And we've tried to prevent them for years, but kids are kids and we just can't do it. As far as the bus stops, that doesn't concern me as much. I have bus stops in my subdivision. They don't have to walk out to the street. They come in my subdivision. So I'm less concerned about the bus stops and the students. I'm kind of torn on this, but again, if I were wearing my fairness hat, this is something that my ward should take as a sign of fairness to the rest of the sites throughout Las Vegas.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners wish to be heard on this? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I don't think I've ever been in this spot before. I know. All right. I'm going to base my motion for approval on the fact that this is, again, medical marijuana, not recreational. And I said last week, and I'll say it again now, some sites are suitable for medical that are not going to be suitable for recreational, and I'm putting this on that hot list. It is not ever going to pass for recreational, and that's if it passes other boards above me for medical marijuana. So in that case, I'll move to approve SUP 55287 as proposed by staff for approval with all staff conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve item number 23 does not carry. I will, and noting the abstention of Commissioner Moody, I'll entertain a motion to deny.
Mr. Chairman, on item 23, I'll make a motion to deny SUP 55284.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote, noting that a yes vote is for denial. Motion to deny item number 28 fails as well. Whoops. Excuse me?
Oh, I'm sorry, then that'll go forward. No.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say, I thought somebody thought their vote wasn't right. Yeah. Motion to deny does not carry either. It goes forward to the City Council without a recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, that item is expected to be heard at the October 29th Special City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Item number 24 is SUP 55287. The applicant is New Leaf Cultivation, CLV, LLC. The owner is Pozemki, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 21,307 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility at 1018 South Commerce Street, and this is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval.
Mr. Chairman, before we begin, I wanted to go ahead and disclose that I've been working on a project downtown with one of the partners on this project, Kenny Kuendall, and considering that that's an ongoing project, I'll be abstaining on this matter.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Truesdale?
The firm of Fenimore Craig Jones Vargas is representing a client of mine but for the Planning Commission, and since I'm responsible for making sure they're paid, I feel it would be inappropriate for me to participate in the vote on this, so I will be abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bonar? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. Okay, we'll have the staff report.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions.
Thank you. Good evening. If we could hear from the applicant, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Bradley Mayer, 6077. Is this on?
You need to turn your mic on.
Okay, there you go. Bradley Mayer, 6077 South Fort Apache, representing the applicant New Leaf. If we can have the proposal back on. Just a quick note about our team. Our operational team operates the longest running dispensary in the country out of Berkeley, California, and unlike the rest of California, that happens in a very highly regulated environment. They have additionally partnered with very strong local partners who have backgrounds in construction, business operations, law, privileged licenses, entrepreneurship, and renewable energy. Berkeley Patient Group is an outstanding corporate citizen in California where they're from. This is a letter recommendation from the mayor of Berkeley that talks about really what kind of partner they are with the community. And this screen here also shows other community leaders, city councilmen, and the like that are also talking about what kind of partner is Berkeley Patient Group is in the community. And of course,
I'm going to kind of cut you off here a little bit because you're kind of going towards.
No, I understand that. It's we're into the land use stuff now. So
okay, thanks.
This is an overview aerial of our site right here on 1018 South Commerce Street. Our site plan depicts a 11,200 square foot building. Excuse me, this is our floor plan that kind of shows the proposed way we use it. And if you notice at the far right-hand corner, there's a loading bay of where our deliveries will enter and exit the facility. This shows the actual second level of what we are proposing to do at this location. This is the current elevation of the establishment right now, and of course the proposed elevation. And as you can see, it's extremely discreet. There's no indication that this is a medical marijuana cultivation facility whatsoever. And of course, as part of this, as part of the operational experience of our team, they have experience growing in California as well. And so this will have a system for odor control and to really make sure that any air that leaves the building has already been treated, and so there'll be no odor emissions coming from the facility. Here's another look at the elevations that depict the way that the gating will come into play. Is 8-foot high gate. And extremely secure. You can see that one of the roll-up doors is filled in, and this other roll-up door is the loading and unloading area. And of course, this is a little look at the interior of how something like this would look. Our security plan is extremely strong, and I think that's important in this area. This is somewhat of a blighted area, and so we think that our security plan and equipment is going to lead to an enhanced ability in this neighborhood to secure it, and maybe the presence of a fortified structure with security guards on staff 24 hours a day and cameras in the area is going to start this. And one more thing I'll mention, we're aware of the plans on Commerce, and we planned, as that part comes to fruition, to really blend in with the neighborhood as that comes together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up for discussion amongst the public. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Moody?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too believe that this can be conducted in a harmonious manner. It seems to be compatible with existing and future land uses. It seems to me to be the right place. I like the discretion in the design. This has been well thought through, so you'll see my support on this.
I'm going to echo Commissioner Moody's comments. This is the proper place for it. It's proper design. I think it's, if we're going to have this, this is what it's supposed to be. Commissioner Quinn?
Yeah, I wanted to agree also with Commissioner Moody as well as you, Chairman. This is the ideal cultivation place, exactly what it should look like. It's in the right location. I don't see anything wrong with this, and I applaud you for a job well done, so thank you.
Any other comments?
I'll be ready to make a motion.
Go ahead and make a motion.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to follow staff's recommendation this evening for approval of SUP 55287. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve item number 24 carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Have a good evening, gentlemen. Item number 25 is SUP 55288. The applicant is Top Farm LLC. The owner is James L. and Julie M. Gubler Trust for possible action on request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,212 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 1615 South Las Vegas Boulevard in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. And before we hand it off to staff, I will be abstaining on this case or on this item because I was involved as a lawyer representing a party in extensive litigation against the owner. And on those grounds and out of an abundance of caution, I will be abstaining. Commissioner Moody, you got it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any other abstentions? Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Vice Chair, the subject complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with an amended condition to reflect a date stamp of 8/26/14 as submitted for sign elevations to the city clerk.
Hi, I'm Dallas Horton with G. Dallas Horton and Associates, and I'm here on behalf of Top Farm as well as the Gubler Family Trust. As indicated, we do comply with Title 19. We are harmonious and compatible, certainly for the land use where we're located. We're located at Las Vegas Boulevard and Wyoming. In our packet, we showed you the pictures of the building that's not being used currently there. It's an old donut shop. It's not being used at all. We have 33 parking spaces. We are ADA compliant. It is a standalone structure. We've given you the plans to revitalize this and frankly make it into an absolutely lovely little property. It's excellent for both tourists under the full faith and credit with the cards as well as locals. Excellent for tourists as well as locals because they're going to go to and from up and down the strip to go to and from work. The tourists are there anyway, looking each way. As to the clustering, the one area I kind of agree with you and a little bit disagree with the public on with Las Vegas Boulevard. You want a little bit of a clustering, gentlemen and ladies. We don't want pedestrians walking across the street or vehicles making a left. So these places need to be on each side of the strip. That stated, we've exceeded all security requirements. There'll be 10 cameras inside and outside of the facility. There'll be two security guards at all times on the property. We've complied with all of the requirements regarding the number of doors used, how our employees and patrons enter and exit. It is odor controlled. All the signs that are currently there are coming down. You'll see some, we're not going to have donut shop signs there, just so you know. So those will come down if that's at all a concern. We are obviously next to mass transit because we're on Las Vegas Boulevard. We're a very trafficked, extremely commercial area. The staffing, I think, got it right when they said this is a very appropriate use. Our neighbors are the Olympic Gardens, the Stratosphere across the street from us, our Bell Bonds, liquor stores, adult boutiques. This is an adult area. It is not an area that is visited by children, so I'm very clear. I heard some concerns about children. This area is not for kids, and kids don't go to this area. With that stated, any questions you may have, we certainly are happy. We would request that you agree with the staff to approve the special use permit, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. Members of the public that wish to speak for or against this item, please step up to the microphone.
John Courtney of John Peter Lee Limited, 830 Las Vegas Boulevard South. We're 8 blocks from this location, and you've heard me repeatedly talking about clustering. This is one of the few applicants that has reached out to us and talked about it. They're on the other side of Charleston. They're really in a different district than us. We don't have the same concerns with clustering, and so where you've heard a lot of this clustering argument, not arguing with their application. In fact, I think you should support it and approve it as the board, or as the staff recommended.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to be heard? Mr. Horton, I assume you don't need any rebuttal time or
no, sir,
any follow-up? All right,
sir,
thank you very much. I'll close the public comment and open this for discussion with the commissioners. Commissioner Bonar?
Yes, I'm very familiar with this property, and I see on one of your displays that you have a little building in the appendage that comes down to, what's that street? No.
The only thing next to us is a stucco wall.
Oakey. You have an appendage of your property that goes down to Oakey?
Do I have an appendage of the
You might be familiar with it, but there's a building sitting in the easement. That's not important to me because I think you have access off Las Vegas Boulevard anyway.
We do, sir.
Okay.
We have access 2 ways, to access on each side. And we're definitely front. Las Vegas Boulevard is where you enter the donut shop now. As you drive up now, you'll enter the donut shop through Las Vegas Boulevard.
Okay, you're going way overboard.
Oh, I apologize.
The reason I'm familiar with this project is, well, let me put it a different way. I wonder if there's any restrictions for having one of these operations next to a strip joint, because it's immediately next to the
Olympic Garden.
I can say as a member of as an attorney, there
Mr.
are
Horton,
You're not being asked
No
that
questions.
question. That was a question to staff.
Oh, I apologize.
I was just trying to put a little levity in this, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Truesdale.
Yes. Couple of things. This, size-wise, this fits right at the threshold where I think you can actually operate appropriately here. But last week we had a meeting here, and after one of the items were voted on, the applicant part of this, I guess, didn't like something with the neighbors or whatever. Is he, Mr. DeLuca is the same one that had the application on West Sahara, right?
Mr. DeLuca did have an application on West Sahara.
Wow. And
Mr. DeLuca is not the sole owner of this. I want to be clear that there's other owners.
but he's the operator, right? He's the applicant before us?
He is them, and yes, and the Gubler Family Trust, yes.
But I find it very hard to support. I've known the Gublers forever, you know, good family. The location, I don't have a real problem with the location.
Okay.
But when we get into compatibility and we're talking about a business and we're talking about how we need to look at the land use, and a lot of times it gets down to what we believe the operator, how they're going to run their location. Now, I'm not talking about business licensing operator. I'm talking about functionally operating a property and dealing with neighbors and being a good citizen. But I'm very disheartened by the fact that there was a lot of pushing and shoving to where the marshal had to escort or ask Mr. DeLuca to leave the meeting.
Well, and
It's very difficult for me to say, that's the guy that I want to jump out and support and say, hey, I'm going to take a shot and say, he's going to do a great job here. And I would venture to say that if everybody does their job right, this should be a big issue before anybody issues any licenses. Because if I had a tenant that was an applicant before here, and I saw that happen, I'd tear their lease up and tell them to sue me. You know, I wouldn't put up with it, because I think no one should be that arrogant. Everybody deserves to be treated nicely and fairly. Neighbors deserve to be treated fairly. And difference of opinion don't mean that we all push and shove out the door. So for that reason, I probably will not support this item.
I'm friends with Joe.
Hang on, Mr. Horton. Public comments closed.
I thought he wanted to ask me a question about that, because I'm friends with both lawyers involved and have spoken to him. I was rhetorical. I apologize then.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman. I don't remember the application or the applicant last time, so I'll vote on what I see today, as I can't recall that situation. I do remember being frustrated on the shouting that we had coming from the audience and everything else, but looking at this application and the improvements that would be made to it, and I do agree that it would be a good location or right on Las Vegas Boulevard. Looking at the supporting documentation, there's several doors, enter and exit in. I don't understand it, and I'm not even going to start to ask questions about it, because that's none of my business. That'll get handled through the city, building department, city council, and the rest. And so therefore, taking into account the testimony that I heard today and looking at this application independently, I could support it.
Why don't you go ahead and make a motion, Commissioner?
Yes, Chairman, on item number 25, SUP 55288, I'd make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Chair, is that as amended?
That is as amended, correct? With the amended condition regarding the date stamp reflecting August 26, 2014 on the signage?
Yes, as amended.
That motion carries.
Did Truesdale wish to abstain on that?
Did you?
Thank you.
It would be impossible for me to vote fairly on the item after what I saw last meeting.
All right, so noting the abstentions of both the chair and Commissioner Truesdale, the motion on item 26 carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
I want to thank you all for your time, and just because both lawyers involved in that were my friends, I'd like to say they're both fine gentlemen. All of us, especially attorneys in our businesses, get a little heated. We're not like other professions, and everybody makes a mistake. I think that I've talked to both lawyers. Both lawyers felt bad about the way that deal ended, not just one of them. We all make mistakes, guys, and just as a matter of record, both of these guys are public figures, and I want to clearly state both of those attorneys are fine men, fine businessmen, have done wonderful things for this community, and I'd like to ask everybody to just chalk that up as people have a bad day, and that's all. And I apologize you went through that, Mr. Truesdale. You guys have a lovely day.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Now we're moving on to item number 26, which is SUP 55300. The applicant is Serenity Wellness Center, LLC. The owner is 1800 Industrial, LLC. For possible action on request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,969 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 1800 Industrial Road, Suites number 102, 160, and 180. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have the report, please?
The subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions.
Thank you. If we could hear from the applicant. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is William Horn. I'm a licensed attorney here, Townwood Law Office of William Horn, LLC, 611 South 6th Street, Suite 210. And on an effort of full disclosure and transparency, I'm also State Assemblyman in District 34 and the current Majority Leader in the Nevada Assembly. I'm here to represent Serenity Wellness Center in the proposed SUP. Located at 1800 South Industrial Road, Suites 102, 160, and 180. As stated before, the proposed location meets all setbacks, 4,900 square feet plus of space, with 1,600 square feet of that meeting room, 800 square feet of that is designated as a community room. Parking is ample with handicap parking provided in this location. And I'd also like to point out that this location on Industrial, as everyone here is familiar with, is not located near family centers, schools, etc., but is accessible to patients for this medicine. I will leave it at that, Commissioners, and be happy to answer any questions. Behind me are the owners of Serenity Wellness Centers, longtime residents, lifetime residents, with the exception of the newcomer, 23 years, Dr. Todd Swanson. He's the new kid on the block here. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? Sir, come on up and state your name and address. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Levy, 1925 Village Center Circle, Suite 150. I am a property owner within fairly close location of this property. I see no issues with this. I think it'd be a very compatible use for the area. Appreciate your support.
Thank you very much. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Quinn?
I just want to say it's refreshing when your neighbor supports you, so you'll see my full support this evening, and I wish you a lot of luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moody? Okay. Any other members of the commission wish to be heard on this? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no one else wish to, I will follow staff's recommendation and make a motion for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve item 26 carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th Special City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Good night. Item number 27 is SUP 55313. The applicant is Infinite Wellness, Inc. The owner is NYP Corporation for possible action on request for a special use permit for a proposed 7,070 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility at 2750 Highland Drive, Suite E in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, can we have a report, please?
The subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions.
Thank you. If we could hear from the applicant, please. Good evening. State your names and address.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jonathan Herda, owner of Infinite Wellness Incorporated. I reside at 2109 Bonnie Bray Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89102. I have my architect lie down with me tonight. As a Las Vegas native whose family has owned and operated businesses in the Valley since the early 1960s, I believe this to be a great location for this type of business. I appreciate staff's recommendation for approval, and I ask for your support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. I can see we got a lineup. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Chairman, just one, same disclosure, Lydell's with DIG Consultant Group, Architectural Group, something like that. And although I've worked with them on projects, I've never personally hired them or contracted with them or had any financial arrangements with them. So my independence of judgment wouldn't be affected by them just being the architect on a particular project. And saying that, just looking at this, the location, it's in off of Highland all night long. I've been saying Highland Industrial Western Commerce is the proper and appropriate place for these cultivation facilities and not in our neighborhood or taking up our precious land in Arts District or anything else. So you'll see my support on this item.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. 2750 Highland Drive backs up to the railroad tracks. It's surrounded by all commercial development. It has easy access on and off to Highland, and it's the ideal location for a cultivation facility. So you'll see my full support on this item this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you. I'll make a motion for approval of SUP 55313, following all of staff's recommendations. Thank you.
Please vote. Motion to approve item number 27 carries. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Item number 28 is SUP 55316. The applicant is Global Green Enterprises, LLC. The owner is E&I Inc. for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,250 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 827 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Suite A, in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could hear from the applicant. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners, and planning staff. My name is Yvonne Green, 420 Via Sonadora, Henderson. I'm representing Global Green Enterprises. Our engineer, Joe Hahn, is here if you have any questions for him, as well as my other applicants and partners. We concur with the staff report and their recommendation to approve. We have no objections to any of the conditions, and we request your approval consistent with the staff's recommendations. We have a very good and safe location that is conveniently located in the downtown area on Las Vegas Boulevard, a major thoroughfare. It is harmonious and consistent with the surrounding land use. It meets all setback requirements and exceeds the city requirements as it is surrounded by commercial properties. It is convenient to patients as it is off a major street and has above adequate parking for the downtown Centennial Plan. It also has a dedicated handicap parking space, and the building is also completely ADA accessible. There is also abundant, safe, and open parking on Hoover, and there is a bus line that goes by for the mass transit for our patients. We also will have all the required security measures in place and also will be exceeding the required security plan with extra security, further adding to the safety of the area. We have also allotted a sizable amount of our budget to beautify the building, further adding to the beautification of the downtown area and reviving an empty unit, which will bring up the value and safety in the area. Thank you so much for your consideration in approving our location.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Good evening, sir. State your name and address, please.
John Courtney of John Peter Lee Limited, 830 Las Vegas Boulevard South. This is directly across the street from our location. We're at 830, they're at 827. These applicants also reached out to us, and they showed us their plans. They showed us the drawings that you're showing us today. We have less of a concern with there being an appearance of a clustering effect with these applicants because they have not planned to put any signage on Las Vegas Boulevard. And we have been assured that that traveling up Las Vegas Boulevard, you wouldn't be able to see signage on Las Vegas Boulevard. Plus, they had made plans to rehab the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property to make it more aesthetically pleasing. And so we don't have the same concerns with the clustering effect since the signage will only be visible, from what we understand, on Hoover. And so to the extent that you cannot see the signage, and that is a condition from Las Vegas Boulevard, we don't have any objection to inviting them as new neighbors across the street from us.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Vicki Higgins, 205 Norland Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I would look to support this team. They're in a wonderful location. They'll be easily accessible to the tourists that we will be serving, as well as our local patients. I know that they will make sure that the medical is the best possible, as they have an epilepsy in their family, and they will be committing their donations to epilepsy foundations and helping with our city's renovations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Brian Lee, 5185 South Durango, Suite 2, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm also representing the John Peter Lee Trust. I had just some questions in terms of where the entrance is to the facility. I'm not, could I ask that question to the applicants?
Yeah, after you're done with your comments, I'll have them answer you.
And also, they are going to beautify the building, and I'd just like the specifics of what that would entail. Thank you very much.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Susan Johnson, 3366 Kensbrook Street, Las Vegas 89121. And I am very familiar with this location. It's not near any residences, rather. I also noted that it was near public transportation. It seems to be a safe area as well. And I support them moving into 827 South Las Vegas Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion and allow the applicant a minute to respond to some of the questions.
Yes, the entrance, is it up right now?
You can go to the middle portion right here, and I think you've got your drawing there, and you can point to it if you like, or put your drawing there.
Oh, jeez. Okay, can you all see where I'm pointing?
Yes.
Okay, so this is that's Las Vegas Boulevard, and this is Hoover, and the entrance would be right here. And as far as beautifying the building, we'll be painting it, we'll be adding landscaping and trees and I'm sorry, what? Yeah, and beautiful planters. We're just, right now, it's, as you can see, or I can't see it, but very plain and vacant looking, so we want to make it look really beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll now open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I spoke to the applicants on the phone, and what they represented to me substantially was the same as what they represented to me today. One disclosure, Joe Hahn, I've worked with him on a couple of projects years ago. He is no longer under contract with our company and is currently not under contract, and so therefore my independence of judgment would not be affected, and I will be voting on that matter. However, on Las Vegas Boulevard, great looking building, putting improvements into it. You know, I'm going to go along with the way I've voted all night long. I'm in support of this, and we'll hash out who actually gets one of these at City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, item number 28, SUP 55316, I'd move to approve following staff's conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve item number 28 carries.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, that item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Going to our final item tonight, which is citizens' participation. What's that? Oh. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. We're going to kind of keep with our rules tonight into a 1 minute. And so, ma'am, the floor is yours. If you'll state your name and address.
That's right. Good evening. Once again, I'm Mona Lisa Samuelson. I live on Kirkland Avenue, 89102, Las Vegas. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for holding this meeting and hearing what the patients had to say. It is actually really important because I think what happened was some of the process was skipped. Everybody wanted to rush through, and that's where you're getting a lot of people being angry about clustering and the procedure and changing things and not having time to fix them in time for this meeting, is that it was a difficult transition. It was a difficult process because we don't know what is going on. This is the first time. So I want to thank you. It's been very difficult. And for Commissioner Truesdell, I want to say I'm sorry if we feel like somehow we are threatening or a danger to children. I, more than anyone, look forward to the real education of America because it's not the danger of drugs. We need to look at all of the drugs, and we need to look at the drugs that do make big industry as we speak now. Marijuana might be as dangerous as those, but so far we have found that it is not. So I look forward to you really learning the truth about medical marijuana.
Thank you very
for
much,
hearing
ma'am.
us.
Ma'am, state your name and address, please.
Vicki Higgins, 205 Las Vegas, 205 Norland, Las Vegas, Nevada. I apologize. Thank you for your patience this evening. I want to thank you for taking the time to talk with each of these applicants, and we appreciate everything. I want to apologize if I implied that you were not concerned. The education issue with the children, I think, is priority. Kids are our priority, and I think education on this subject in general to the public is very important. My apologies if I presented that wrong. I appreciate everything you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Does anybody else wish to be heard under this item? Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you, question for staff, Doug Rankin specifically. I'm sitting here looking at a public comment form, and I was online the other night trying to figure out where that public comment form was, and I never could access it. So is it on the city's website, on the city clerk or planning department, or where?
For comments on planning commission items?
Yes.
It's specifically located on the agenda that we post to the city website. If you click on the agenda, if you click on a specific item, the backup material will appear on the right-hand side, and at the top of that backup material is a button that's called comments. Click that button, fill it out, and you can comment directly on the item you've selected.
Thank you. I had a lot of questions asked about that, and now I'll know how to direct them.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Truesdell?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. This has been a long process for our portion, which hopefully we are done with at this point today. But I can't say enough about staff's hard work, Doug Rankin, his sidekick, Peter Lowenstein, and Public Works hasn't done much over here, but at least they've been here for every meeting. And the director, and the clerks, everybody, it's easy to say what happens with these agendas, but this is thousands of hours of a lot of people's involvement to go through this process that's something new to the community. And also to the residents, the neighbors, everyone that's gone through this process. It's been very long and arduous, and hopefully, at least from our perspective, we're near the end of that process until something else comes out. But I do want to really commend all the neighbors for reaching out and getting involved, and definitely thank staff for the hard work they've done in keeping this process moving.
Thank you, Commissioner Truesdell.
Just
Mr.
one
Rankin?
comment. It's just not myself and Peter and Mr. Perigo. There's, a matter of fact, for medical marijuana, We drafted all the planners we could draft in order to write staff reports, do reviews, do research. There was a large team that did this. So I want to thank them, and I want to thank the planning commissioners, too, for sitting through one very, very long meeting and one a little bit shorter, because 2 extra meetings this month, too. So don't spend all that money at one spot, all right? Spread it out, get the economy going.
Go and get a card. Does
And
anybody else?
one more person that we forgot is our good city attorneys who have been working tirelessly. Brian Scott and Jim and Brad, it's been an amazing effort, but they're not done, so they got to keep working.
Anybody else wish to be heard? Saying none, meeting adjourned.